Alright guys, BLM here, back with another live stream. I'll be honest, I'm so tired, but either way, we're here. It's after the Survivor premiere. Also Amazing Race, which was something. But yeah, I mean, what else is there? I mean, oh, Devil's Plan, I watched Devil's Plan. I worked on a lot of videos, which is mainly why I'm tired. But yeah, here we go. Yeah, Survivor, I really enjoyed this episode until the ending, which, like, even then, I'm not that bothered by it, personally. I'm sure, like, people are already out there. By the way, I've seen almost no response to anything. Like, I don't know, like, I'm sure people are, like, really upset over Hannah quitting, right? I personally don't care that much. Like, it doesn't really matter to me that Hannah quit. It's like, man, like, if you don't want to be there, then don't be there. Like, obviously, like, it sucks that she had to take a spot on the cast and, like, had to figure that out mid-season, but like, really, I don't think it affected the episode really at all for me. Like, I feel like this was, like, I think the reason for that is because this was only a 90-minute premiere. Obviously, we've been used to these 2-hour premieres recently. However, I think due to her quitting, we were able to, like, kind of condense Tribal in a way. Like, we didn't start Tribal until, like, 9:20, right? But, like, it felt like we had, like, an actual, like, decently paced premiere up to that point. And again, like, losing Hannah isn't really that big of a deal to me. Like, I would much rather have Emily in the game anyway. I think she's, like, much more entertaining TV. So it's like, I personally don't mind it, but I'm sure, obviously, people probably are. Sean Edwards is not winning this season. By the way, like, what is this edit? I generally don't know who is, like, I feel like most people got a bad edit today. So I really don't fully know. Yeah, that was bad. Emily, thank you, Circle, for 60-month resub. But yeah, like, that was really bad. Emily calling out Bruce at the starting match. Like, what are you doing? Also, like, how is Emily this bad? Like, I knew Emily, like, obviously Emily compared herself to, like, Chaos Cass or whatever, or, like, she was told that she was like Chaos Cass. I feel like this isn't like Chaos Cass. Like, Chaos Cass is like a passive-aggressive sort of person. Like, this is, like, actually, like, aggressive. Like, this is actually, like, just straight up telling you to your face that you are, like, like, that you don't like them and everything. It's like, I can't believe Emily is this bad. Like, I really did not get, like, this vibe from Emily preseason. Like, I thought she would be, like, intense, for sure. But I didn't realize it would be, like, this bad. So that's insane. Did I say Circle? Did I? I could have sworn I said Biggest Party. Did I not? Either way, yeah, I meant Biggest Party. Sean was barely there. Like, I think he got, like, enough content to where, like, I'm not going to rule him out, but he's definitely not one of the top contenders here. I think number one's Katura, by a lot, I think. Like, really, I think the top three are the Belu women. I think they are, like, for me, clearly the top three. Just because, like, they're the only ones that, like, get a proper, like, alliance segment in this entire episode, which is kind of weird. Where, like, it feels like everyone else, like, it feels like no one else got, like, a proper alliance segment. Obviously, we got to see, like, Caleb and Sabaya. But, like, that was more so, like, told to us than us seeing it from, like, their perspective. Where, like, it feels like the women of Belu are, like, the only, like, true alliance we got to see here, which I think is a really good sign for them. I said Zoracle? Really? Interesting. I could have sworn I said Biggest Party. Anyway, Biggest Party. Why did I say Zoracle? I don't think I saw Zoracle's name in the chat. Because normally if I say it, it's, like, it's because I see their name. But anyway. Spy is the most dominant player. I mean, we're so early on. But maybe I suppose we don't even know. Like, for all we know, she's like the next boo. For all we know, it's like Emily, Brandon, and Sean get together next round to vote out Sabaya. I like Sifu. I don't think it's looking great for him though. But I do really like him. Really fun energy. I'll be honest. I kind of like Hannah. Like, yeah, it's not the greatest, like, TV and everything to see her quit and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like Hannah's pretty much me if I was on the island, so, I don't know. Brandon was also strange. I was also, I expect Brandon to be this much of, like, a train wreck. I'm pretty high on Drew. I think I had him 4 on my... I think he's the highest outside the Bellu women. Is it Bellu or it's Bello, right? Bello, either way. But yeah, Drew is, like, the next highest. I thought he got good content. It seems like the theme of this season is, like, essentially, like, whether or not you should play the true you or whatever. Like, it feels like multiple people have, like, talked about this, like, concept of, like, whether they should be, like, their real selves or not. And I feel like Drew kind of plays into both, which I think is pretty good. Where he feels like the middle of both of them. Where he talks about how he has, like, these 2 different personalities. So I feel like Drew's content was pretty good. Yeah, so the top 3 are Bellu women. I think I have it ranked... So, Katura's 1. I think I have Kelly above Kendra. Just because, like, Kelly's content was, like, enough to be, like, still in winner contention. Well, like, I feel like Kendra's, like, had, like, a tinge of, like, Dodo to it. Based on, like, the music that they were playing when she was talking. That, like, didn't feel like good content. Even though, like, it kind of was good content. But, like, it didn't feel like that was, like, the vibe we were supposed to get. So yeah, I feel like those are top 3. Then Drew. And then I have D 5th. I feel like D had a good opening confessional. And then she was the one to call out Sifu. Outside of that, there's not really much there. And straight up, I think the Red Tribe is the, like, least complex of the 3 tribes we've seen so far. Like, I just feel like we don't really know what's going on in that tribe. Like, we've seen, like, each individual member well enough. I guess, like, J. Maya and Julie we didn't get to see that much of. But, yeah, like, they definitely seem like the least complex tribe of the bunch to where, like, I feel like that's not a great sign. But it's obviously, like, never been, like, the end-all be-all. But it's definitely something to know. We're at 40 viewers. I see 38. But either way, that's pretty good. Bruce, fuck me. Bruce is not doing great. I think this was worst case scenario for Bruce, to be honest. I thought coming into this he would just be adored by everybody, and yeah, I mean, like, the fact that he gets in this fight with, like, Emily right away is pretty bad, and then also the like, his content on the actual tribe, like, I mean, he got, like, completely undermined right away, which is terrible. Like, I think I have him at, like, 14 or 15 on the power ranking. Like, he's pretty bad. Yeah. Amazing Race also happened, by the way. That was whatever. It was fine. Like, I thought it was an okay episode for it being 90 minutes. It did definitely drag a bit towards the end, I felt like, but it was solid. Yeah, I do really like Jocelyn and Victor as well. And I like Robin Corey. Is that their names? Yeah, Jake got middling edit. I feel like there were points where Jake looked pretty good, but then obviously his conversation with Katura was pretty bad. To where I could kind of see that, like, being, like, this potential setup to like a rivalry. But it feels like Katura's on the winning side of that as of right now. Also, I was very surprised to see... Didn't Kendra say that she wanted to target Jake? Like, that's a bit of a surprise, right? Like, coming into this, I was like 100% Brando's first boot from that tribe. Like, the fact that that's not the case is very weird to me. Same thing with Caleb. Like, how the fuck are they targeting Caleb first? Like, that was insane to me. That fucking Emily wanted to target Caleb on yellow. By the way, is the yellow tribe, like, the worst tribe in, like, Survivor history? Obviously, it's, like, too early to actually say, but, like, this is a terrible tribe. Like, I don't know what production was thinking when putting this tribe together. Like, you have, like, 2 people who can barely even survive out there in Hannah and Brandon. You have Emily, who's, like, one of the most pessimistic people out there, like, to ever be on Survivor, probably. You have Sean, who's, like, fine, but definitely not, like, some sort of physical specimen. And then, like, Sabaya is, like, again, competent, and then Caleb seems decent in challenges, but... yeah, like, what a group. Yeah, like this is a disaster. I mean, I think this is even worse than like Luzon. At least Luzon had Spencer and Garrett who were both pretty good, and then Tasha was very good. Um, like who on this tribe's even like Caleb is like the only one that seems to be actually like good at challenges here. Um, I don't think they should have swapped Austin and Caleb. I think what they probably should have done is swapped like Jake and Sean. No, not Jake, because then you have Brando and Sean on the same one. I think you have to do a lot actually. I think you would need to swap out. So like Caleb mentioned this in the preseason that he thought that Austin and Sifu and him would be on 3 different tribes. I think that was the way you were supposed to do it. I think you need to separate Austin and Sifu, and then probably move like Jake to. Let's see. So yeah, if you put Austin in place of Jake and I do this is too hard to fucking keep track of everything in my head. But either way, I think you need a lot more than just the one. Oh yeah, I guess I should update the draft. Who got Hannah in the draft? Where are we at? Dude, there's so many like tabs on the spreadsheet. It's fucking stupid. Lion Melon got Hannah. Ooh, wow. Lion Melon's team's shit. Wow, dude, that's terrible. You have Brandon, Hannah, and Sifu. Yeah, what a team. Yeah, actually, let's see what the teams are. Kelly, J Maya, Julie. That's pretty. I guess like really, it's just Kelly that's good for Sorquel. Kegger has Caleb, Brando, and D, which I think D is the only good one there. Yoviver has Austin, Sean, and Drew, which Drew's good. Austin's okay. Sean's eh. I have Jake, Emily, Kendra. Oh, that's bad. But wait, does the chat have the best team? I think the chat might have the best team. Katura, Bruce, and Sabaya. So that's funny. Yeah, I think J Maya's just going by J, right? J Maya was like J Maya and Julie, I believe, were the bottom 2 professional getters of the season of the episode, with only 2 each or 1 each. Sorry, fuck me, dude, I'm fucking out of it. Which, by the way, also I'm so tired. I've gotten like no sleep the last few days. Like I've been working pretty hard on this batch of videos because I kind of want to like what I've been doing is that like so tomorrow's my last day of work before I get a week off. To where I kind of decided to like just fuck it, let's like rush everything now, and then I can actually relax next week. Where I'll work on the BB25 review. I'll start work on that, but outside that I can kind of relax. So that's my plan. But I'm so tired right now though. Yeah, Survival's last pick, which was not great. Yeah, we're still doing daytime stream on Saturday, which will probably be long. I think we're starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. But the plan is to play through all of AC Origins and its DLC, which might take a very long time. We'll see. Then I still plan on streaming on Sunday. Like we'll do Sunday night instead of obviously Saturday night. I'll say that's probably contingent on like how tired I am though. But as of right now, I still plan on doing that. Oh yeah, we did get the puzzle leaked. Like we like got that one shot of it. I didn't even like pay attention though. Like, is it a difficult puzzle? It doesn't look like it based on like I didn't like actually pay attention to like what exactly it was, but it didn't look like a hard puzzle. To where I feel like Cameron's got this, right? Oh yeah, we haven't talked about the fucking. Oh, well, by the way, also Big Brother. I haven't been paying attention as closely the last few days. But yeah, Corey's just downhill, right? Like Corey's game's a complete disaster at this point, which is a shame. But it is what it is. So yeah, like Corey and America aren't in great spots. Mainly Corey. I mean, like even America, like she could go home, but like I think the main target is Corey at this point, right? Or like Felicia also, which is also a bit strange. I think Austin's doing like gameplay wise, he seems to be doing fine. Edit wise, he's kind of middle of the road. I felt like most of his content in this episode was necessary because he was the one to find the advantage. I don't feel like he really got much of substance outside that. So like I'm not looking at him as like a winner contender, but like he's not like out of it yet. Scared Cameron go far. I am too. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this next week goes. I'm not 100% convinced yet that like Corey is actually gonna go home by the time like the HOH is played and like all the information does come out there. But yeah, Cameron has set himself up well, so good for him in that, I guess. But I can still see a world where he's just the next boot, where they realize that, oh fuck, Cameron's really good at comms. We should probably get him out. The thing is, Blue is fucking up American Corey, and, like, it's good for her game, but I don't think she's doing it for game reasons, though. Which is, like, the bothersome thing to me. Where, like, I feel like she's doing it just because she fucking hates Corey now because Corey put her on the block. When, like, it is very good for her game. Like, the way that she's doing it, but, like, it's, like, I feel like she's doing it by accident, though.
I shut down Fisk's tower, and I'll shut you down here.
So she's going after Sari. Is she again? They're not going for Jag anymore. By the way, also at this point, Matt's pretty much won the game, right? Like, it feels like they're just, like, handing the win to Matt somehow. Like, how is no one targeting Matt? But yeah, I think at this point, like, Matt is... Yeah, Matt's probably the best player of the season. But I just don't get how they're not targeting him. It's pretty insane to me. Yeah, this week's also been like kind of icky with the Corey or with the America Cameron stuff again, which again, like, don't like Cameron at all. But yeah, it's like I don't even know what the butt was there, but it definitely is like kind of because I think there's like points where I'm like kind of forgetting it to a degree and saying, oh, Cameron's like kind of like a good underdog, but then obviously like you remember that all the icky stuff he's doing, it's like, but he's also like a terrible person. Thoughts on this? What is this? Oh, I did see this, Deal or No Deal Island, which, why? I don't know what this is, but I don't know. I probably won't watch it, to be honest. I don't know if I care. Sorry, our promo spoiled. Hannah would be gone. Okay. Yeah, we talked about that before. I mean, I hadn't seen like who actually went home, but like we talked about that, like supposedly that the ad did spoil who went home. Which, yeah, I mean that's really just the like. Like, to be honest, I don't know how much I really fault CBS for that, to be honest. Because like, I think it's more so well, why did this get blocked? But I think it's more so indictment on the fan base of just them being like so rabid to where, you just like people are like analyzing the promos that much. First two, but oh yeah, we did mention that. Yeah, like Menace mentioned that earlier, right? Okay, what is this? Jeff Probst reveals an unseen cross-tribal twist from the 45 premiere. Oh, by the way, I did not listen to the On Fire podcast yet. I kind of forgot about it until like 30 minutes before the stream. And at that point, I was like, I don't feel like watching it or listening to it. Yeah, what is this, though? Wait, four seasons, Samoa. Wait, why are they going into this much detail? I just want to know what the twist is. Alright, that player also had the power in a way to get the secretly cast a vote against one of the Lulu members, and it would count at tribal, and nobody knew. Oh wait, that was a twist, right? I completely forgot about that. That was a twist, right? That like the opposing tribe can see, can watch the tribal. I kind of forgot about that until just now. Yeah, so like, so they get to cast a vote? Which, not, like, I don't know. I'm kind of like mixed on it. I think it adds an interesting dynamic, but it's also like, eh. Interesting. So they cut that out. I wonder, like, does it just never play in, like, are they not going to show it later then? Or was it just this one time? Interesting. I don't know what to really think of that twist. I think, for me, I would ideally have it, like, I would prefer if it wasn't secret. Yeah, yeah, obviously they cut it because the Hannah quit. But I wonder, like, are they going to do this twist again in future weeks and just pretend like it's the first time then? Um, like, I assume by the fact that he revealed this here, they're not going to do that, and maybe that was, like, a one-time thing.
I could stick the gears.
But
Hey man,
I don't know.
I'm thinking.
But yeah, I think I would prefer if it was, like, a secret thing. Or I fuck with opposite. I would prefer if it wasn't a secret thing, to where, like, they knew who was at Tribal, and that person could also, like, talk during the Tribal. And could potentially, like, influence the vote to a degree. I don't know. I think I would prefer that than them just, like, randomly, secretly casting a vote. Where, like, no one can really, like, do anything with that. Which means, like, most of the times it won't matter. But, yes, writer strike is over. That's good. Actors strike is probably on the way out.
You think the new form's in there?
What is this? Oh, the puzzle. Yeah. Like, I've seen the thing. It's just that what is the actual puzzle, though? Like, I've seen the image. What is this? Jeff's thoughts on latest boots. Okay. Yeah, let's see. He is irate due to the investment made by production in Hannah. He thinks his purpose as host has changed. In the past, he viewed himself as a surrogate for the audience. He knew that the audience would be mad over Austin quit, so he commuted that anger. However, nowadays he thinks social media is cruel enough to the contestants who quit, and that contestants are aware of the online ire that they will that will follow their decision, and as such, he doesn't think. Okay, yeah. By the way, he did look angry though at Tribal. Initially, like, I think by the time she went home, he was like smiling and everything. But like when she first revealed it, like just seeing her face drop, seeing his face drop was pretty funny. I remember last time I played this section, I was talking about Bruce, or not Bruce, Brad getting voted out 41. It's literally been 2 years. I love Jeff Probst. Like, I've said this before, I love Jeff Probst as a host. I think he, like, I love when, like, Jeff Probst is a dick to the players. I really miss it. Even though, like, yes, he's not being a great person in that instance, it's still funny TV. I don't, like, the match chat's not going to be a thing again, right? Like, because, like, it was openly called out last season. There's no fucking way they're going to literally just do the same thing again. Especially when we only got, like, 3 people getting a match chat, right? Like, there's no way they're doing it again. Who got a match chat, by the way? It was Bruce, Emily, and who? There was one other person, right? But, all, like, Bruce and Emily are not winning this season based on the edit. Brandon's, like, maybe, but, like, no, probably. Like, I wouldn't rule him out, but I'm not, like, looking at him as particularly likely. I think I have him at, like, 8 or 9 or something on my power ranking.
Cables look important.
Like, I think the thing with Brandon is that he did get, like, good content at points. And I think this could, like, the thing is, I think I see more of, like, a journey-style edit for Brandon, but at the same time, like, most edits in the modern day are, like, kind of, journey edits. Like, I think that's just, like, what production likes is journey edits. To where, like, I don't really think it's, like, a thing of, like, oh, if you have a journey edit, you're not going to win the game at this point. Because I just think they like the aspect of the show. By the way, also, another aspect of why I don't think Emily's going to win is because her entire philosophy on the show is the exact opposite of what production wants. And I don't think they would be hyping her up. Like, I don't think they would, like, show that in like, an endearing way, like, as, like, show the winner saying that, if they did have it, because it's, like, Emily, like, she talks about, she doesn't care if she, like, there's no difference between, like, day one and getting to the end. Like, to her, like, all it's about is winning and stuff, which, like, that's not what production wants. Like, production wants this to be, like, about the journey. They want this to be about, like, oh, you change through your experience and all that bullshit. So I feel like having that in the edit, like, doesn't feel winnery to me for Emily. Brand could be Gabler 2.0. I feel like if anything, Bruce is Gabler 2.0, right? I mean, I guess in the sense that he was, like, injured early on or whatever, or sick early on. Oh, I love Emily. Emily's great TV, but also I think no chance of winning this season. I have her at the bottom of my power ranking. I would love it if she won this season, though. But no way she's winning this season. I imagine if Emily is Gabler 2.0. That would be funny. I would love that. Which is funny also because, like, didn't she, like, say that, like, the reason why she applied was because Gabler won and she was upset that Gabler won? So that'd be even funnier. And I for this season, I enjoyed the premiere. Like, I'll give them that. I like this cast for the most part. I'm not, like, dying for this season. I think it's, like, fine. But again, like, I'm not, like, down on the season. This is a good idea. Yeah, we'll see. Dude, for 44, I was pretty high on until, like, it ended, right? And then, like, after that, I was like, oh, 44 was actually not that good. And actually, dude, for, like, 43 was the same way. I think 42 is the only one I was, like, down on at the time. But still. I don't even remember the 46 cast at this point, to be honest. Yeah, oh wait, the puzzle's not the re-entry comp? Oh, I didn't see the fucking, what Hamster Watch said. It's for something else. What's it for, then? Is it the next HOH? That's weird. I don't care about the U-turn, to be honest. It's like, whatever. I don't care about Amazing Race. It's whatever. It's fine. It's okay. Like, I feel like this season, it's like, they're doing things in the, like, they're going in the right direction, I feel like. I feel like it seems like they're, like, making changes for the positive after the last couple seasons, which were really boring. But I'm still not, like, again, it's still, like, middle of the road Amazing Race. Like, it's still not, like, airport drama, still not, like, what I actually want from Amazing Race. Burst out laughing during the massage comp? Really? I felt like that was super boring to me. By the way, that was a fun, like, why wouldn't you just go for the massage? And, like, to be fair, Joe and Ian made up time, right? They were going for the sword thing, but still, it's like, why would you not just, like, sit there for 30 minutes? Who I think is the best player from each tribe? As of right now, I would probably... Sabaya or Caleb from Yellow? I don't know, actually. Which one? Like, obviously Caleb was being targeted, but it does seem like Caleb is, like... No, actually, I would probably go Sabaya. Sabaya seems to have a relationship with Sean, right? Caleb seems to have a relationship with Brandon. It's like that's something. Wait. Wait, wrong button.
Find the generators.
Oh, do I still find more? But yeah, I think it'll probably be Sabaya from Yellow. Red, we just haven't seen enough of them. I'd probably say D. Maybe. Because it seems like the women were coming together there. So I feel like that would be a pretty good spot for D. But again, we just have not seen any strategy from them. And then I'd probably say like Kelly from Blue. Because well, I got that. Yeah, I would say like Kelly from Blue, just because it seems like Kendra and Kelly are closer together than like Katura and the other two. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's too early. We haven't seen enough. Is that not what am I supposed to be doing here? Where is anything?
All right, bag drops are clear.
D and Austin both have shots. Like, yeah. I mean, like, D, I think, has more of a shot than Austin. I feel like D's content felt more like setup than Austin's, where Austin's just felt like, oh, he found the idol clue, so we're just going to put him in the episode. Hey, engine.
Alright, what are you up to, Finn?
For Blue, that'll be the ranking. I have Brando above Bruce. I feel like Brando had enough like decent, Brando had enough decent content to be above Bruce.
Exploded the bridge.
I think what's his name? Jake's content was like negative enough to be lower. But thank you, Engine, for 55 bits.
Not the theater.
Wait, did I see something about Will Neff doing? Really? Will Neff's been watching Australian Survivor. I haven't seen that.
It's not open yet, so there'll be no casualties.
Interesting. I wonder if any of the VODs are available. The thing is, I have no time to watch them, really, which is kind of annoying, but I have too many things to watch. By the way, I did watch Devil's Plan also, which we haven't talked about, though I don't know how many people watched it, but it was good. Not as good as The Genius. I don't love the format as much, but I thought it was a fun show.
After I deal with our glow stick army.
I'm gonna watch Traders Canada.
Just to put it out there, what if Finn's right?
Which, yeah, that starts Monday, right?
He's not just talking about throwing a rock through a window.
I don't think Pro Island Sandra is a bad winner. I mean, I don't think she played a great winning game. By the way, I also, part of what I've been doing the last few days, I've been redoing all my winner and season ranking lists. Which, I've made a new winner ranking for Survivor. There's some changes. I kind of create a new, like, tier list, kind of, like a new, like, breakdown of my tiers. That kind of changed some spots. Obviously, like, the general, like, vibe of it is obviously still the same. But yeah, I redid, like, I've redone a lot. I've redone Survivor, Big Brother. I mean, actually, at this point, yeah, I've redone all the winner rankings and season rankings for all the shows. Which was interesting. Biggest drop? Maybe Sarah Lucina? I don't remember anymore. Actually, let's look at the list. I know Sarah Lucina dropped. I think Natalie Anderson also dropped. Because I think I dropped them, like, to the next sub-tier. Alright, let's look at the list. Amber went up. I think Cochran went up a little bit. Tony went down. Tony 28 went down. I should clarify. Tony's Winners at War did not drop. I don't remember where he was last time. I think he's pretty much the same. Tina went up. Parvati went up. Yule went up, I think. But I think that was just consequence of, like, tier breakdowns. Wendell went down. Jam Jam is lower than what I was expecting him to be. Aris went up. Denise. Oh, Denise. No. Wait, the biggest drop is Denise. I forgot about that. Denise went down a lot. I forgot about that. Yeah, the biggest drop is definitely Denise. I completely forgot about Denise. And then Jenna went up. I think those are the big changes that I'm noticing right away. Gabler's low. Maybe not as low as... Like, he's not as low as he could be, but he is low. Thoughts on 39 trailer? I have no... It's whatever. It's a fine trailer. I did find it funny TJ said, like, oh, the season I've been waiting for. It's like, really? This? This is the season you've been waiting for? $10 right? Undrop Sarah? Probably not. Yeah, I can't be disingenuine with my list. Even though, straight up, South Africa, I did make a change that, like, was not entirely because of, like, something, but, like, essentially, like, the bottom, like, so there's 9 South Africa winners. The bottom 5 were going to be all 5 women. Which I did not think was a great look. So I did change one thing on it. Like, essentially just swapped one of the men and the women, which, like, to be fair, like, doesn't really matter that much. It's, like, it's obviously, like, super close between, like, obviously Tom Schwartz is the guy that I'm talking about. So, like, moving Tom Schwartz down one spot, I'm like, whatever, it doesn't really matter that much. But, yeah, not the greatest optics-wise. Tom Schwartz was, like, was 5. Lorette's now number 1, obviously. Obviously, Lorette's number 1. But Lorette did go up a spot, though. Which is funny. Australian Outback is still my least favorite season. I think. I don't know. I'm still not, like, solidifying the season ranking list, though I've also redone the season ranking. Yeah, bottom 3 are Australian Outback, Thailand, All-Stars, like I mentioned. I don't know the order yet. Because, like, I think when I'm thinking of Australian Outback now, I don't think of it as that bad. As bad as, like, Thailand and All-Stars. Because I really want to put All-Stars last, is kind of where I'm at. But also, it's All-Stars. To where, like, I have, like, a personal attachment to it. It still is, like, all these returning players coming back, and that's cool. But it's also so bad. Or, like, Australian Outback, like, again, the back half is really bad. But I think I don't know. Like, is it that bad? And then Thailand, it's like, I always just think of, like, the funny moments that make me not want to put it at the bottom. Decided to buy Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. Interesting. I planned on playing Cyberpunk on here at some point. I don't know when we'll get to it. Rewatch IOI. I did rewatch a few things of IOI just the other day, actually. But obviously not the entire season. IOI is 4th from the bottom. Brother got mad at me because I called V the Latina mommy. Okay. Winners at War is high? But not... Actually, wait, where is it on the list? I think it's number 11. Yes, it's number 11. Which... I don't know. I just have this, like, weird thing with Winners at War where, like, I recognize it's not good. Like, I recognize parts of it are not good. But, like, I like it despite that, and I continuously, like, rewatch it despite that. So I don't know. Marion's not a bottom 5 winner. Marion, I believe... Did I put Marion above Gabler? Yeah, I did. I actually did put Marion 1 spot above Gabler. They're back to back. But no, bottom 5 is the same, I believe. Wait, no, Jenna moved up. So bottom 5, Sandra, 20, Michelle, Fabio, Bob, Chris. Yeah, biggest drop season-wise. What is the biggest drop season-wise? Probably like Palau. No, well, All-Stars dropped quite a bit. Yeah, Palau dropped quite a bit. Certain seasons moved up. Like, I think outside that, it's a lot of, like, smaller changes. But there's a lot of seasons that moved up. Redemption Island moved up. One World moved up. Cook Islands moved up a little bit. I think Gabon moved down a little bit. Africa went up a little bit. Marquesas went up. Nicaragua went up. South Pacific went up. Worlds Apart, I think, went up. Token Cheese went down a little bit. But it's a lot of, like, small changes with the season ranking. Fiji, I think, is around the same. Oh, Amazon went down from my last list. But still not, like, extremely low. I think it's, like, right in the middle. Where is it? It is 24 out of 44, so. I've not watched Time Hotel. I really wanted to. So, like, I finished Devil's Plan, and I was like, fuck, I really want to watch Time Hotel now, because I hear, like, such good things about it. And then I, like, was going to start the first episode, and I saw it was, like, 90 minutes. I was like, fuck, dude, I don't have time right now to watch it. To watch a 90-minute, like, subtitled show. So, I don't know. I'll try to watch it by the end of the year. I do really want to watch it before I do the Year in Reality TV video. Yeah, Kagehan's still number 1. Intro's starting episode 2. That's what Jeff said. And thoughts on Premiere Boot? I'm personally fine with it. Like, I feel like Emily would just be me if I was on the island, where I'm like, I don't really want to be here. Why am I here?
Actually, you take this.
Which is why I would never play Survivor. I don't know if I'm going to redo my Amazing Race season ranking. I had it on the schedule at one point. I think I took it off just because I kind of realized, like, I'm not fucking rewatching every Amazing Race season. And I can't properly do a ranking without it. So I'm like, eh. I don't know if Hannah is the first boot or not. I think so. It's weird, though, right? Because, like, it's technically a quit. But also, like, if I put her on the first boot ranking, is she, like, near the top because she wasn't even supposed to be first boot? I don't know. It is a bit of a strange one. But I'm not sure. Because like, it is a quit, but it's also a vote off. Like, they did a verbal vote off. So it's like, I don't know. Oh, fuck off, game. The game played Hannah. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, I think she, like, my gut says she's a first boot. But I think it might be, like, inconsistent with my, like my previous rulings, though. Which is what makes it a bit strange. I mean, if Emily ended up going home, like, she would be, like, an all-time, like, worst first boot, right? Yeah, because, like, it is technically a vote-off. Like, they did do a verbal vote. Like, it's a vote-off in the same way that, like, Jeff Varner got voted off. So it's like, which is also weird, though, because, like, Austin isn't considered a vote-off, considering they did also do the same thing for Austin. So, I don't know, I just think overall it's just, like, very inconsistent, and, like, how, like, they phrase it. Because, like, literally with Austin, they literally did the same thing. They went to each member of the tribe saying, are you voting off Austin? They all said yes. Yet they still clarify that as a quit. So, I don't know. What am I doing right now? There we go.
Okay. Now for the new form. Okay.
UK Season 2? Wait.
No.
Is Forever UK Season 2 that bad, or you just do it? What do you mean?
Can't let you take that.
It's just me, or does it seem like the camps are actually in different locations once? I believe Owen said that Lulu was his tribe. I watched the first 10 minutes of the RGP podcast. But yeah, Owen said that Yellow was Baka. So I assume not. But yeah, they did seem a little bit different though. Oh, what do you mean gatekeeping the best season of you? Like, how am I gatekeeping it? Yeah, and Jeff also, snuffed... Oh, but then again, Jeff also, snuffed Austin's torch. I guess he didn't say the tribe has spoken, though, right?
Step 1, catch her. Step 2...
Yeah, I don't know. I actually think it's, a wonky ruling.
Oh, move.
What do you mean? Just, you can watch it and, realize how bad it is. How is that gatekeeping it, anyway? Puzzle Sweat and Savvy. It was whatever. Obviously, it's nice to see them change it up. At least it's not the same thing over and over again. Yeah, funny that they even finished it, though. Even, what, an hour, right? Song they had? But yeah, to carry 40 heavy logs back and forth and everything does seem pretty brutal. No journey this episode? I mean, that was essentially a journey, though. With Sweat and Savvy. It's just that they didn't get an advantage or whatever, but they were technically, they were separated from their tribe. And also, again, it was a 90-minute premiere. They had no time. Wait, what? How's that out of the... She's right there. Whatever. But again, I thought this was a strong episode, though. I really liked the pacing of it. I felt like it didn't overstay its welcome, while also still giving us a good sense of the people. Again, I wish we got a bit more strategy, but that'll obviously come in future episodes. Because yeah, I feel like we know nothing about the strategy of the game outside of the Girls Alliance on Bello. Essentially what we know, gameplay-wise, is that the Bello girls are together. What the fuck is that? But yeah, that, Sifu is, like, making a target of himself. And then... What do we even know on yellow? I guess that Caleb and Sabaya are together. Emily wants to take out Caleb. And that's really it, right? It's like, even then, like, we didn't even get much, like, of, like, what Brandon is doing gameplay-wise. I think they're, like, I could see a world where Lulu's the worst tribe ever. I think Sandra's better than Ko-Rong Michelle.
My mom would be very upset.
Both Sandras are better than Ko-Rong Michelle.
Miles?
What a shocker.
Can we just...
Bruce seems to be bad. We'll see. But, again, the 4 women were on the bottom. And then Tom was 5th. And then I decided to swap it. The top woman with Tom. Because I do think it's close anyway. To where I was like, it's probably just better optic-wise to at least, like, not make it all the women at the very bottom.
Not great. You still at my place?
I'm actually at
But it's pretty much the same, to be honest. Like, not much really changed.
I can come back.
Like, the only thing that changed is I swapped Gigi and Lorette.
I'll call you later. Now what?
And then... Yeah, it's just adding in the 2 other winners.
I need some advice.
It's like, nothing really changed with the South Africa one, but I was like, I'll just redo it for the sake of
Are
it.
you free?
It's probably going to be the last one we ever do, because who knows if South Africa's coming back.
Thanks, man. Talk to you soon. I have no idea where Finn is. Or the new form. I guess I should kill
Is
some
my winner
time
pick
till
right
it
now?
lands.
Again, I think Kurtura is the best edit so far. But, not like... I think, like, again, I think the Bello women are looking good. Outside the Bello women, I think Drew is looking solid. D has potential. Who's next on my power ranking? I guess I'll just read out my power ranking. There it is. Yeah, Katura 1, Kelly 2, Kendra 3, Drew 4, D 5, Sabaya 6, which, I don't know. Brandon 7, Austin 8, Brando 9, Jake 10, Caleb 11, Sean 12, J Maya 13, Julie 14, Bruce 15, Sifu 16, Emily 17. That's the current ranking. Have any of the winners gotten strategic content week 1? Gabler got like bad strategic content, right? But yeah, I don't think any of them have gotten like super positive. I mean, like Erica points out that like the Sean and Danny are close, but like that's not really much of anything, right? But like because it's not like her. Actually, no, wait, no. She did mention that she wants to work with Nasir, right? Wasn't that a thing? That she talked about how like she would want to work with like the people that weren't doing the task. Yeah, really disappointed by Caleb's role in this episode. I feel like I think Caleb's pretty much dead with this premiere. The fact that his first confessional was a confessional about Sabaya and how good Sabaya is not a good sign. Like, I think it's not looking great for Caleb edit-wise. Ranked New Era premieres. I don't know if I remember them well enough, to be honest. But 41 was pretty good, right? You had the Sarah Tribal. That was fun. Abraham Tribal was whatever. But 42 was eh. 43 was also eh. And 44 had a really great Tribal mixed episode. Maybe 44 would still be number 1, though. Maybe 41, 44.
Meet me at the docks in Hell's Kitchen. I'll be there.
43 and 45, I think, are on the same ballpark, and then 42 is probably the worst, I think.
Try talking to her again? Could meet her somewhere. The Science Center or Trinity Church.
Sabaya outlasts Caleb edit-wise. Probably. I mean, it feels like we've seen more relationships with Sabaya. Like, at least we saw her with Sean, right?
Getting close to the docks.
while with Caleb, it's like we saw that one scene with Brandon, but it felt like no emphasis was put on that. To where like it feels like Sabaya is definitely more important to the season than Caleb is.
I gotta call you back.
Who's Michelle from Amazing Race 34?
Give me the whole situation.
Oh, Lewis and Michelle? That was Lewis's wife, right? I'll be honest, I could not even tell you what she looks like at this point.
You're 17. You're stressed. And you're a superhero.
But I'll probably still pick Michelle over D.
You're still making beats.
Not much since I started.
Sean Edwards is there.
Work-life
Like, I don't think he got a great premiere. I think he got it. Again, I think it was enough to where like he's not like dead, edit-wise, but it's not like looking good. Fourth remember, yeah, I remember it being fun. I just feel like the vote off was like kind of whatever. It's like Mariah going home, and like I'm like trying to think of like what else even happened in the premiere, and I can't really remember. But I remembered it being fun. I think it's not great for J. Maya. I wouldn't say she's dead. Like, I think the people that I would consider dead, and to be honest, it's not even like dead. Actually, I don't think anyone's like truly dead. But I think Emily is pretty close. Bruce, I think, is like bad, but it's recoverable. But it also seems like this is just him, based on the next episode's preview. And Sifu also not great. I thought Brando had like okay, like I thought he got like enough to where like we'll have to see. I wouldn't say he's dead. Now again, like a lot of that content was mandatory because like he was on the thing, the journey or whatever. Oh fuck, this mission! I remember this mission. But I wouldn't say he's like completely dead yet. I think Julie's in the same spot as J. Maya, where like it's not looking good for either of them, but at least they got like a setup. Of them like mentioning their backstory and everything, to where like I don't think they're like completely out of it, but yeah, it's not looking good. Do I got shit on for? Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that was okay, but I don't know if that's enough to like say it's a great premiere. I have Gabler higher than I think both Sandras. Gabler is one of the spots that I'm the most like hesitant with, because essentially how this is okay. So let's talk about the winner ranking. These are essentially my new tiers. Which is like most like it's essentially the same structure, but just like worded differently, I guess. So you got top, middle, bottom. Each of those three are separated into three different sub tiers. Top tier is complete dominance, flawed dominance, messy dominance. I guess is what I'm calling the last one. Like messy dominance essentially means like luck based dominance, but you got very lucky at specific points in the game. Flawed dominance is like pretty much dominant, but like again, you have like a couple like issues that I have to point out. Complete dominance is obviously like just not many issues. Then the second tier, the middle tier, is now semi-dominance, second command, and active under the radar. Semi-dominance means that you dominate part of the game, but there was also another part where like you were a bit out of the loop, or you were like not in full control of things. Really, it's usually you weren't that great in the first half, but you were pretty strong in the second half. Is usually what that means. Second command is obviously just second in command. Active under radar is a player that is a bit more under radar, but is still like doing things. They're not like waiting for like a bitter jury or again not playing the game too actively. And then the bottom tier is passive under the radar. Lost control, I guess is what I'm calling it, but either way, it's like people that had to win out for a lot of the game, and then clueless, which is why I just call the bottom, which isn't actually clueless because, like, again, like Sandra is in there. Like I wouldn't say Sandra in 20 is like actually clueless, but that's just why I'm naming the tier. But Gabler is essentially at the bottom of active under the radar, and realistically, I think he probably should be in passive under the radar.
Don't leave a thing half done.
But I'm not sure. I really don't know where to put Gabler. Like I don't know who he's the don't need to go too far. who's like Gabler as a winner. Like I just don't know who to compare him to. lowest complete dominant is Cochrane right now. By the way, also like the complete dominance, I like really restructure where it used to only be Kim and Rob. Then now I'm like adding in Tony, Earl, Cochrane.
Keep your ears up for that kind
But that's the top 5.
Nah, getting too far away.
Say active under radars, right? Yeah, because like active under radar is Adam, Marianne, and Gabler as of right now. Which, like, the thing is, like, if I like, okay, why am I doing this mission? But anyway, like, I think like calling Gabler an active under radar player, I think is right. But I just think like the people he's like above feels like a little bit weird, which is why I'm struggling with where he goes. Denise is in passive under radar, which is why I dropped her quite a bit. I had her in second command last time. I dropped her to passive under radar, so she dropped quite a bit. I thought Emily calling out Bruce is stupid. Like, I don't know what she's doing. Comparing to Kathy. See, in Kathy, comparing to V. But yeah, like, V is in passive under radar. Because, like, my issue with Vesepia is she doesn't, like, really do anything until the very, very end. Which I guess you could say the same thing of Gabler. But even then, I feel like Gabler's at least, like, setting things up towards the end game. I think the issue is, yeah, does he go actively out of his way to, like, cut Jesse and Cody? I don't know. Like, it feels like things just, like, fell in his lap to where that happened. But I do think he was, like, setting up his, like, alliance with, like, Owen. He does openly talk about how his best final 3 is Cassidy and Owen. So, yeah, I just don't know where to put Gabler. Danny's at the top of passive under the radar. I would, like, and that's part of what's weird. Like, I feel like Danny's a better winner than Gabler. Because I feel like the reason why Danny's in passive under the radar is because she just simply didn't come into the merge with the numbers.
Pretty sure it's behind me.
Where, like, I think she plays the season well. It's just that she got, like, really unlucky at that one point. But because that she has the... Yeah, like, I think I will move Danny up to active under radar. As far as Emily was cat... Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I'm surprised, like, they allowed Emily to talk that way, considering that seems to be, like, the complete opposite of what Star Production wants. Of, like, someone that isn't there for the journey, and is just there for, like, the win. Wait, what final 3 are you talking about? Sammy, Gabler, Owen? If I were to guess, I would say Sammy wins that, but I'm not 100%.
Nah, getting too
Like,
far
based on
away.
the jury reactions, at least. Hey, what am I doing here? Find the matching sound source.
I'm trying to make you run around.
Okay, not the button. What button is it to figure out this? Whatever. Preview for next episode. I'll be honest, I don't even remember it. I know Bruce was like doing some weird stuff, right? What else is there? Emily coming for a Caleb? Was that there? Something like that, right? Is it better to have 50% of the votes go in your best interest, but only vote correctly in 50% of those votes? Or always vote correctly and have the vote never go in your best interest? Oh, the buoy. I think they're around the same. Like, I mean, I guess, like, technically for a winner ranking, I think there's more of a probability that you're higher if you controlled at least half the game. Because, again, if you controlled, like, half the game, but then controlled the other half, you would be in the, like, semi-dominance tier. As long as you weren't, like, on the bottom. Like, unless, like, because, again, like, you have the lost control tier, which has Jenna, Mike, Jenna, Ben. Where like that's the people that like ran or like was very well positioned for a lot of the game, but then had to win out at the very end.
You ask me, it's the bell that stands
Like
out.
as long as you didn't need to like win out and everything, then I would say yeah, controlling like half the game and not controlling the other half is better than like being on the right side of the votes but like never getting your actual like way, because I think that would be like passive under the radar. Bruce is doing the robot and they edited Emily like a serial killer. Well, that's something. I feel like I remember that, but I didn't like fully pay attention to it. Where's the buoy? Oh, there, right? I mean, is that it?
I think it's back there.
Oh, maybe not. Chris must have been hard to rank. Which Chris Doherty? He's in semi-dominance, right?
Not this way.
He's pretty... I think he's like towards the bottom of it. Kind of. I didn't know what to do with Erica either. Erica's another one that I was like a bit like unsure about. That was it. Wrong buttons. There we go. There we go, finally. Cyberpunk 2.0 is kind of weird because of just how different the game is now. Yeah, like, I mean, it seems like they like actually made it kind of good based on what I've seen. So that's interesting. Take a tribe weirdness rubbed off on Bruce. I imagine Bruce was actually on 44. Like, how insane would that tribe be? Like, especially with like the two like really normal people and Helen and Sarah. Like, wouldn't it just be funny that like the entire rest of the tribe is just like complete wackos? I guess like Carson was like pretty normal.
Right about clearing my head too.
But still.
I know what to do about Finn. I gotta see her. Try to talk.
I will say there's two post-merge is weaker than I remembered before the rewatch, but the pre-merge is more fun.
Tomorrow night.
That could be influenced by how... Is that how Will Neff felt? Interesting.
Because you got a target on your back the size of Jersey.
I would probably mostly agree.
You don't have to protect me.
Where I think the issue is that for me it's like I think the pre-merge was like strong, but it was also a point in the season where the editing was just a complete train wreck, because like people that had like no like confessionals would be getting voted out, and like they would just like not bother like setting up a lot of the people that were going home. Well, like the second half, it's like, okay, we're left with a lot of the better people, but like the actual vote offs are like not that interesting anymore. We're like outside of the final 5 round. It's like not much of like intrigue is really happening.
Promise.
Throughout a lot of the like late post, even like the David vote is like not that interesting. That was set up for a while, to where like even though it's supposed to be this like big blindside, it's like it's not that interesting of a vote off to me.
Trinity Church. Remember.
Erica, I have in the semi-dominance tier. I just don't know where to put her in it. Like I don't know if she should be at the very bottom of it. Like as of right now, she's in between Nick and Chris. But she should be above or below Nick is essentially what I'm debating.
Man, I needed that.
Because I don't love Nick having to win out at the very end.
Okay.
Like again, he didn't have to win out, but like still, he like lost all control at the very end. To where like he was kind of under the mercy of Mike White. Which that I don't love. Where like I feel like Erica like pretty much ran a lot of the end game. But also like her earlier game isn't as great. But then also Nick also like barely survived the first round and got saved by Pat getting medevac. So it's like, it's a lot of like wonkiness there. If Mike won that season, he would be pretty high on here. Actually, to be fair, he'd probably still be in semi-dominance. It just he'd be like towards the top instead of at the bottom.
Hi.
Finn. Hey. In person.
I don't know about does Nick go home first, because like there's been like a lot of like mixed messages where some people say yes, some people say no. Like Davey says that he would have gone and tried to save him, but he also doesn't know if he could. You have Christian who says that he would have also tried to save him. There are people that would have tried to save him. It's just that like, would it have amounted to enough to actually save him? And also, who actually goes home? Because I think if anything, it flips onto like Lyrsa instead of flipping onto Pat. Even though Pat was like the focus of the premiere and all that sort of stuff.
Hello, friends.
Yeah, I think I am higher on Erica, I think, than Nick. But at that point, like, the thing is, like, I feel like Nick and Chris are so similar, though. So, like, should I put Erica above Chris as well? Where, like, part of me feels like it doesn't sound right, but also I feel like Nick and Chris should be back-to-back. And also, none of this matters, by the way, because, like, I made these lists now, but I'm not actually making this video until after 46. So, like, this doesn't actually matter right now. But, okay, I might as well talk through it, right?
You twist everything Spider-Man does into something malicious while simultaneously...
I mean, did he really cut a deal, though? Like, he cut a deal, like, in a bad way. Because, like, he was going to be in the front anyway, right? Like, he would have been the only one to have the answer. So, like, what deal is there to cut? He's essentially just saying, hey, I'm going to tell you all, but just, like, make sure I'm in first. It's essentially like... I don't know. It's like, again, like, he was going to be, like, in first anyway. It's just that now he gave, like, the others the opportunity to backstab him. Like, if anything, he should have, like, gotten the answer first and then went back to them and told it. Yeah, again, it's not sure that Nick would have gone home, but it looked likely. I don't think, like, Mike winning changes my, like, my season ranking at all. Jam, Erica, Gabler, Marianne. I agree with that. That's my... Oh, you know, Gabler, Marianne. I'm like, I don't know. I'm debating between the two. And, like, this is my thing with Marianne, too. Is that I think Marianne... Like, Marianne feels a little bit too high for me, but also, I think when, like, looking at my criteria, that is, like, where she should be, like, the active under radar tier. Because, like, she does, like, pop at the end and, like, makes the move to take out Omer. Is, like, well enough position in the end game. Again, not as much as she thinks she is, but she's still well enough position. I still don't love her trying to save Lindsay. That's stupid.
Me to feel bad because you almost killed me?
My issue, and, like, I think also, well, okay, and also, like, an issue is that, like, at Final Tribal, Mike was probably going to win coming into it, or at least it would have been tied. So, like, that's an issue.
Not like this.
My issue with Gabler is the fact that I think his only winning scenario is the one he had. I don't think he beats anybody else in any other scenario.
I made a promise.
And I think he didn't do as much active work as I would want him to get that scenario. Where... Again, I think he was, like, more so under the mercy of, like, Jesse and Carla and Cody, like, taking each other out in the end game than, like, him actively, like, putting those plans together. Even though, again, he vocalizes that, yes, I do want to get the Emma Cassidy Owen. Yes, I think that's my best chance of winning. He doesn't do anything to cause that. It just happens that way.
You're thinking of Guinea.
But the thing is, like, I can change the criteria, but I want consistency, though, in the criteria. Because, again, like, it feels weird to have, like, Marianne, like, a few spots lower, even though it's not consistent with my rules. Which, at that point, like, what's the point of ranking it? Or, like, what's the point of analyzing it while ranking it, I should say. Big change from what am I wearing? Yeah, it's probably Denise going down as much as she does. Let's see the Big Brother one. I don't think much changed on the Big Brother one, to be honest. Well, actually, no. Stuff changed, but it's just like... I think Adam dropped a bit. Lisa dropped a bit. I think Drew dropped a spot or so. It's mostly the same, though, just adding in new people. Big Brother didn't change that much. BB Can pretty much stayed the same. And yeah, SA stayed the same. I haven't redone Australian Survivor yet because I did that a year later, so I'll be the following year. But yeah, did you go home pre-merge? I didn't think there was a chance, but again, this episode definitely raises an eyebrow at that. I'm a sex therapist hater. I don't think so. I just don't like Denise. I just don't think Denise's game is that good, to be honest. I really don't. Like, I think when like reassessing Denise's game, I think a lot of her game comes from like, or like I think a lot of the praise of her game comes from this like perception that she's a good player, but when you like actually analyze like what she does in the game, there's like nothing that good in her game. It's like maybe the like Matt Singh like getting Russell Swan to vote out Malcolm instead of her. I think that's pretty much like the only like true positive I can say about her game. Like I don't think she does anything else that well outside of just surviving. And like people like to point out like, oh, she went to every tribal. It's like, yeah, but almost every other winner would have also survived every tribal if they went to it. Like I think like literally like half the winners of the show would have also survived every tribal if they went to every tribal. Like I don't find it impressive that she survived every tribal. It just means that she was on shitty tribes. So I don't know. Halfway through Sea of Stars and start Ishin. You're playing both at once. I still barely played RE4. I've only played like 2 hours since the last time I streamed, maybe something like that. But I'm planning on finishing it next week. AC Mirage comes out a week from tomorrow, which is insane. I didn't realize it was so soon. I'm gonna get that mask. But yeah, that'll be something. Taylor's very low. I'm debating over Taylor or Ian, but she's around there.
Level bioengineering, and you know what that smells like to me, kid?
I think Marianne was the backup target, but like also it was never like she was brought up, right? As wait, no, it was Jonathan, wasn't it?
Tell us where my new form is. Can't really open the plaza without.
Either way, she was on the bottom. Like she wasn't part of like the core alliance at the merge.
Time to finish what we started on the bridge.
I think Matt's a better player than Paul was in 18. Serena Cole. I still don't think anyone's going to take Serena to the end, which I think is just the main issue with her game right now. I think if anything, like, Splash out. Like, Jared's not going to survive this, right? Dude, if Jared does make it back into the game, like, he's actually not in, like, an entirely bad spot anymore, which is funny.
Whoa.
I have to drop everything you're doing to buy AC Mirage. Obviously, everyone needs to buy AC Mirage. Everyone needs to support a company that used to sexually abuse their employees.
Holy shit.
Top 3 were Omer, Lindsay, Jonathan. What do you mean top 3? I don't watch other reality TV. I'm not watching a fucking BB13 retrospective. Star Spencer's attending university now. Good for him. So is he done? YouTube boys? I can't wait to use the blue filter. I can't wait to use the blue filter in fucking Baghdad.
I will be once we're out.
I should watch Hell's Kitchens 1 and 2. Oh, that's interesting. Again, I would want to watch it eventually. Don't know when. I think Sandra Per Islands is around the same. Because I think what happened is that I was like kind of low on Sandra Per Islands. I went up on her over time, and then I went back down after my latest rewatch. So I think she pretty much ended up being pretty much the same.
First, we need to escape the security wing. I'll go down to the floor, see what we're dealing with.
If Sri comes back and plays a Micronesia level game and wins, I think at that point you could debate number 1.
Door's locked.
Realistically, probably number 2, but you could debate number 1. Again, as of right now, she's like what, number 5, right? without a winning game. So if she were to come back and win, then yeah.
It's unlocked. I'm headed to the floor.
I haven't thought a single second about my Survivor Michigan season ranking or player ranking.
That security door is our way out, but I'll have to hack a few terminals to disable the alarm.
I'll handle the security goons.
Is Anise lower than Sandra?
Rhino probably turned them off.
Let's see.
Wanted to question a prisoner.
No, she's 1 spot above Sandra. Actually, maybe did Sandra go down? Maybe Sandra did go down. Sandra Per Islands. Where did I have her last time? Sandra Per Islands is 10th from the bottom.
Can't believe we caught the Tinkerer and Spider.
So what is that? 35 out of 44? I think that is lower, isn't it?
I need a vacation.
She actually won Micronesia.
Gives me
Is she higher? Probably.
Gotta stay alert.
I think she would be above Parvati. I think that might be it. I don't know if she would be above Sarah, especially considering we have a season of them together and Sarah outplays her. But I think she would be at least above Parvati, though. So Pikmin 1. Which one did you play before? Was it Pikmin 3? Or 4? So you went back? I feel like with those sort of games, like, I feel like it's tough to go backwards. With, like, a non-narrative, like, focused game like that. That's a Queen Tura. Again, she's my #1 power rank. I thought she got good content. I'm a bit... Like, I'm a bit unsure on what exactly... Like, what the theme of this season is going for. Basically, I do think a theme of this season is, like, this debate on, like, if you should play as yourself or as... Like, if you should be authentic to yourself or play, like, a role. And, like, Katura is obviously all in on, like, she's playing up a role. She's not going to tell people that she's a lawyer and, like, all that stuff. And she calls, like, Jake, like, dumb for not... for, like, telling people he's a lawyer and, like, all that stuff. So it's, like... I'm a bit worried that, like, maybe the lesson is the opposite. Because it feels like with Survivor, the lesson would be the opposite. Like, I feel like Survivor, like, nowadays... likes to prop up, like, these more, like, authentic people that are able to be themselves, like, people like Carolyn. Where, like, even though Carolyn was obviously, like, a shrewd player at points, like, she still was, like, authentically her. And I feel like the edit, like, really hyped that up. To where, I don't know if, like, someone, like the theme that Katura has right now, I don't know if that's something that production would want to hype up, considering they did the opposite last season. I don't know. Theme this season's Pelican, obviously. What if this was Survivor Pelican? Like, that was just the name of the season. Imagine that. I love it, yeah, like, we obviously have, like, no actual, like, theme anymore, but, like, just the general theme of this season is just fucking birds. Like, we go from, what, like, medieval shit to fucking birds. What was even the theme of 43? I don't even remember anymore.
Taking you down, Spider-Man.
Like, obviously artistic theme, not, like, theme. Pelican equals Austin equals quit. I got... Yeah, just every season with a Pelican on it has to have a quit on it.
Trigger the override back there.
On it.
Oh, octopus. Yeah, the octopus on the... But was that, like, the artistic theme, though? Like, how many times did they use the octopus? Like, it was just in the logo. Like, did they use it much else? It was Gabler themed, obviously. He's like, I remember the logo. Oh, by the way, I also did make my history of DVD covers video, which I think is funny. That I recorded like an hour and a half long recording of me just talking about DVD covers. Was the snuffer? Okay, I didn't remember that.
Triggering the override. There's a voice memo on here.
Sir, the police are asking
But I love making those sort of videos. Again, because I did one on the history of confessional counts, which is again, will be out sometime next year. And then now DVD covers. Like, I kind of enjoy doing stuff like that.
But I need you to force it open.
Can do.
It's still so random. Fucking Bob Dog is on the Panama one. And I love how, like, why did I say Kylan? Candace is on the Blood vs. Water one. And when she's not even on Cook Islands or Heroes of Villains, like, she's just on the fucking Blood vs. Water one for some reason.
Yeah, he didn't like that.
It's probably the longest segments. You're talking about the DVD cover video? No, I don't think so, but it is, like, obviously I do talk about, like, the Rupert of it all. Oh yeah, Life is Strange 2 and Captain Spirit video came out, which performed fine for what they are. Obviously not great in the grand scheme of things, but, like, considering, like, their video game videos, I feel like I'm okay. Again, Captain Spirit video, like, did very well to start. It kind of slowed down, but But yeah, like for a video game video, it like actually like had a pretty big like first, I don't know, like 6 hours. Which by big I mean like 150 views, which is not big at all. Like now it's at 222, which I believe Captain Spirit or my Life is Strange 2 video is actually about to pass my Captain Spirit video, so that's actually pretty good. Anyway.
Yeah, but
Yeah, what is this snippet from the fake premiere leak a few weeks ago? Hannah gets extremely mad, stands up and opens her bag saying, "You can look through it, I have nothing. There's nothing in here, and the fact that you keep saying I have something when I don't makes me think it's you who actually has an advantage." Her and Brandon go back and forth a bit. So like it had her and Brandon in a feud, that's funny. While they do this, Emily and Caleb whisper with each other. This causes Sean and Sabaya to get off their seats. No, yeah, that obviously worked out.
Bye.
Yeah, Panama. I feel like there's a few people from Panama I would like to see back. Bob Dog's fun. Misty, I thought has always been like kind of a forgotten about earlier boots. Us, Courtney Merritt, Shane Powers. She was spoiled the first boot, so they went with it. That's funny.
I can't believe
Like how they went into that much detail though.
Why do I keep listening to you?
Finn, no. There has to be.
Yeah, Farewell and Captain Spirit are in the episode
I
ranking.
didn't know this would happen.
Just save it.
To be honest, I forgot I did an episode ranking until the other day when I saw it on the schedule.
Yeah.
I really did not remember making it. Like I love how like I just like completely forgot about it. But yeah, it should be coming out. I think like mid-November. I think was what I was doing because like next month is like packed with video game videos already.
they initiated a lockdown. That's the control room we have to get into.
So yeah, it'll come out in
Got a maintenance
well
panel
in
here,
November
but it
I
needs
think.
power.
Let me see what I can do.
Had Brand playing Too Hard Too Fast. So that was kind of what I was guessing was going to happen.
There. Got power.
It's much longer than that. That's funny.
I can't hotwire the shutters, but I can move machinery.
I don't think Amazing Race has like proper edgic.
I'll look around.
Like I would say like Rob and Corey seem pretty good.
I can raise and lower that crane. Is that useful?
Who else is there?
Hey there.
Victor and Jocelyn I like. I just don't know if they're gonna be able to like stick
Maybe this
the entire season.
May as well
I
get
don't know, who
the
else came off well?
See what it does.
Yeah, my front runner right now is Katura. But I don't have like a I think it's like too early to really be like super solidly on anyone, but I feel like as of right now I put my money on like the Bello women. What am I doing here? I remember this being a puzzle. I just don't remember what the puzzle is. It's like oh, there we go. Been waiting for a Reddit 2 video for over a year. That'll be something. Yeah, that's soon, right? When's Red Dead?
Yeah. Think I know where you're headed.
The 25th? I guess still a month away. By the way, this Saturday is my top 10 pre-merge character video. That's something. Then I guess we'll run down the videos up until the end of October. So it's top 10 pre-merge characters this Saturday. Then Wednesday, BB4 player ranking. Then Challenge USA review. Then
Can you move the crane back?
do I want it to be that way, actually? That looks kind of fun. Anyway, Wolf Among Us retrospective on the 11th. 14th favorite episode of every season. By the way, I just prepped worst episode of every season, which that video is a shit show, but whatever. Then AC4 retrospective. Survivor cast ranking based on gameplay. Red Dead 2 retrospective. Top one-time characters. And then AC Mirage review. That's probably the month of October. Has Rafe ever been asked back? I believe he has. But I'm not 100% on that. If he has, he's declined. I believe Rafe is one of these people that has like talked about how like if the timing worked out, he would want to play again. but I don't think it ever did, like, earlier on. Now I don't think they care about him, so I don't think it really matters. But I think he was asked back for, like, if either Heroes vs. Villains or the other one, Micronesia. But I kind of doubt that he was, like, really going to be on them, even if he said yes. Queen of Lying? What is this?
Okay, this laser should activate the engine. Ugh, crap.
Oh yeah, I did see that. I did put that in my notes. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Katura lied about her age. Or like, yeah, she's 34. Yeah, she said she was 29.
Needs a new power source.
So that was funny. Edge of Extinction highest? No, but it's high though. Oh yeah, I put 44 way too high. I think I've talked about this before. This was, like, the video was made, like, the week after 44 came out. And, yeah, I put 44 way too high. Like, I would still say, like, 44 is probably borderline top 10. But, yeah, it's too high on the list. I think outside that, I mostly still agree with the list. But, like, 44 being as high as it is pretty stupid. Wait, what am I shooting? Oh, wait, okay. Oh, wrong button. Wait, where am I supposed to put it on? This thing? There we go.
Nice. Webs are conducting electricity. I can move the crane so my webs reach the laser.
44 post-merge gameplay is kind of lame.
Kinda need you
Yeah, I think in retrospect, 43 should be higher than 44. I think is my big thing. Where, like, 43... I think my issue with 43 is that the early post-merge is pretty bad. And bad, like, gameplay-wise, where, like, everyone's just kind of just, like, not making a move and kind of being scared to make a move. But then I think the end game is, like, really aggressive, obviously, to where, like, the big threats are taken out before the end. I think that was my thought process at the time. However, I think now I would probably agree that 44 should be higher than 40... Or 43 should be higher than 44. But I still feel like 44, like, had a pretty dynamic game. The problem is that, like, the Tikas, like, ran circles around everyone. Which, like, to be fair, does add to the gameplay. That there is this, like, dynamicism throughout the season, and also the Tikas played extremely well within that. But, again, like, spoiler alert for the video, it's the top newbie season. And I feel like that's probably a bit too ridiculous, to put it that high.
You're good. Use a laser.
One laser coming up.
Any thoughts on Michaela saying anyone on... Or saying everyone on, I think it's interesting. Like, it definitely feels like we're missing something with Cassidy.
Time to make it explosive.
Where, yeah, I mean, like, she's being left out of, like, the core alliance. So, like, there has to be something there.
Charge it, then chuck it at the shutters.
Yeah, I bet about David vs. Goliath. I don't remember what the actual list is anymore. I'll look it up real quick. Oh wait, no, it's my other spreadsheet. I have open already. There we go. Where is it? There. Yeah, David vs. Goliath is actually like I have Edge of Extinction and Vision X above David vs. Goliath.
Okay, charge it, and it'll start a thermal runaway. Then toss it at the shutters.
What am I doing here? Oh, okay. Cassie's annoying. Who's shocked? I mean, oh yeah, like I think I came out of 43, even though I still like I don't think it's an egregious choice.
Get down.
For Gabler to win over Cassidy. I still think I would vote for Cassidy over Gabler. I think it's like very close to where like it's pretty marginal, but I think I would vote for Cassidy.
Not hard.
By the way, I did record my who would I vote for video up to 44, obviously.
I'll take care of those guards. You get that door open.
Which, yeah, I did say I would vote for Cassidy.
One thing. Did you ever think about...
Would love to see a video do ranking Survivor pre-merge boots. What do you mean? Just ranking every Survivor pre-merge boot?
know, after my parents died, Rick basically had...
Or you mean like
my
the
dad.
boots right before the merge? Like the...
Having a brother,
So it'd be what? Like the penultimate... No, it'd be the final pre-jury boot or whatever? I'm pretty sure it's on my list of video ideas. I'm not going to buy Horizon Forbidden West completely because I already own everything in it, right? Like outside, I think it's like so there's some new outfits in it, but like outside, I own the DLC and everything, so I don't need to buy the complete edition.
Those guys with the lights on their helmets can spot heat signatures.
Is Josh Bond through merge boot?
Try to go invisible.
Wonder how much of their R&D
Probably, maybe.
Probably millions of dollars in
He's not
money.
good.
You clear the floor, I'll work on
Like he was going to be voted on his original tribe if they ever went to tribal again, and also he needed an idol. Though again, he needed an idol in a situation where he was kind of screwed over. But even then, got saved by Nana Lim. So yeah, it's pretty bad. See, I would assume he's towards the bottom. April Fool's video where I flip my winner rank. I've talked about this before. I wanted to do an April Fool's winner ranking where it's literally just the winners in alphabetical order. Or alphabetical order or chronological order. I think it'll be one of the two. And just see like if people get upset by it. I think that would be funny. I'll probably do the like. I think it would be funny to put like Richard Hatchett as the worst winner ever, and then like do Tina, Ethan, like do it that way instead of the opposite. Or like even like because like at least there I can like I feel like I could rationalize it, and I think it would be funny to like see me try to rationalize it. Because I feel like having Jam Jam at the bottom, like I don't even know how I rationalize that, having Jam Jam as the worst winner ever. April Fool's ranking, but all the women are last. That would also be funny. Where's Hannah rank on first boot ranking? Again, like I don't know, because it's weird because like she wouldn't have been booted, but she also didn't want to be there, so it's like that's why I find it weird to like assess her as a first boot because like she she should be high then, right? Like it should be like a near Johnny Fairplay situation, but also it's like I don't know, I don't really want to really put her on that list. Just because I feel like it's just like so, like such a weird circumstance to happen. I mean, the thing is, like, I think she's a player that like could be good if she wanted to. It's just that she doesn't want to, which is like an issue. Or like if she had the motivation to play, I think she could be an okay player. Like, again, she seemed to be, like, one of the safest people here. Despite the fact that she didn't even want to be there. So, like, she must have been doing something right. We're on a player ranking. Maybe? I don't know. I don't plan on it. Like, I don't have it in, like, on the schedule as, like, a video I'm planning on now, but I think like, ideally I would eventually, but I'm also, like, I don't know if I care enough to. Which is my thing. Because, straight up, I hate recording, like, videos like that. Like, they just take so long, and, yeah, it's kind of a pain. So that's kind of why I'm like, I stopped doing like the global rankings, just because it's like, it's so long. And I don't really even care that much.
I'll find another way.
I'm still debating on if I will redo my global one 5 years later. My global like winner and season rankings, but I really don't want to.
What if we went public about Rick's death?
Do you have proof? because I don't think the word of two
Apparently she should be tied for airplay. That's what I'm saying. It's like, technically she should be that high, but I just like, it doesn't feel right. She's just like Zane.
I think that's
Debatably,
it.
right?
Hey. Lost and found.
Thanks.
Kind
I know
of.
this
I mean,
place. This is Krieger's
yeah,
lab.
because like Zane did actually want to quit, right? He just like pretended like he didn't want to quit.
Rick showed me a photo once.
Krieger's lab.
That is a weird circumstance. Rank the winners purely by confessional count. That'd be funny too, because like all the women would be also towards the bottom on that.
Toxicity reports, failed safety reviews, and Krieger's name's on.
Like this has to be close to just like putting all the women on the bottom.
This would destroy.
So like what Natalie White is the worst winner ever, right? And then what I think both like I mean Sandra 20 would be pretty low too, right?
You like my new color? Immune to your...
I am doing a second boot ranking. That's on the schedule. Not for I think it's not until 2025. Yeah, because this year's the penultimate juror ranking. So yeah, next year's the second boot ranking. You love Sean, but you didn't think he'd win? Me too. They're so fucking funny. Yeah, I enjoyed this premiere. I thought this was a fun episode. I feel like the time really like flew by for me. I think it is underwhelming we didn't get a boot, but I think it kind of helped in terms of like the season. Or fuck, I keep saying the season, the episode's pacing.
Need to steer him toward those tanks.
I think Hannah is a better player than Chet and Kathy. I don't think she'll ever like get to demonstrate it, but
We need to break his.
like I don't know where she would be in terms of like where is she on the ranking, but I think of Hannah as a better player than Chet and Kathy.
I will give you good death.
A good death.
I don't know. Again, it's a weird thing with Hannah, where like I could see the argument for both that she was voted out, and also the fact that she quit. Because like she was technically voted out from like a verbal vote, and like by Survivor precedent, they kind of fucked it up. Because like Austin was the same thing, but is considered a quit, while Varner also was the same thing, but is considered a vote off. So it's like there's no like consistency on like if a verbal vote off is actually a vote off or if it's a quit, or like obviously Varner it's more so ejection, but and like same thing with like the Brand Hant situation. I've Brandon falls so many times. Have you? Like why? Should we meet Austin your hero? I mean, Austin's not winning either, so or at least he's not looking great. Like, I think if you wanted to pick someone that was actually going to win, I mean, you can go for one of the Bello women, Drew or Dean. I think are probably my like top people right now.
Killing Spider-Man and the Tinker.
I get a lot of like Malcolm sort of vibes from Austin. I think his content is just a bit too circumstantial right now, though, for me. What is this? Oh, you mean this fall? Yeah, I did note that too. I put in my notes that Jeff seems like a dick during this tribal. Or during this challenge. Yeah. I thought this was a great Jeff episode, by the way.
You have outlived your usefulness.
Like, I did like these like little moments of Dick Jeff coming out. Like, I think Katura is the current frontrunner, but not by that much. He DM'd Sean 25 times. I have a feeling he doesn't want to talk to you. Like, I literally ran through the power ranking like a billion times at this point, but I guess the Bellu women at the top, then Drew and D, then Sabaya, I think it was. And then, to be honest, at that point, it doesn't really matter. Because, like, I don't think any of them are really that likely of winners. I think all of them have, like, major flaws after that. I think Brandon is technically 7. But again, I don't actually think he's actually going to win. And the more so the question is, why would Sean want to talk to you? More so than why doesn't he want to talk to you? Yeah, by the way, I did think that would be a great emote, is Jeff's face when he saw that Hannah wanted to quit. Like, that'd be a great emote. I should probably get that. I don't think the Matt Chat theories can go through. One, because, like, we got a super short Matt Chat, and also, like, obviously, like, they know. From last season. Like, when everyone called it out last season, 100% they know. To where, like, I doubt they would do the same thing again. And also, when looking at the people that had Matt Chats, none of them are particularly likely. You got Emily, Bruce, and fucking Brandon. It's like, I don't think any of these people are actually winning this season. You want the Izzy fuck them up emote? That, again, that would have been fun. We picked the Heisen dancing over that, though. And BLM are my initials. That was a nickname of mine in middle school. Which, again, the intro to the channel comes from a channel I had when I was in middle school. Bran is pathetic and barely a man. I mean, he's who he wants to be. I would say Bran did definitely come off very different than I was expecting, though. Like, I knew he was like this anxious guy and everything. I didn't realize it would be like this much, but you know, I can get it. No, BLM's not for Black Lives Matter. Which is why I regret like calling myself BLM on the channel. Like, I should have just gone by TMR. I think that would have made it better.
Maybe if I charge the engines.
But again, like when I recorded the first video, it was just like an instinctual thing to say it, and I just kept it in. Brand's one of the most genuinely pathetic competitors I've ever seen. Like, competition-wise, I can agree with that. Like, he is pretty... Like, the fact that he couldn't even get up the boat, or get up the ladder, like, from the boat was pretty sad. And yeah, like, his fall at the challenge as well, it's like... Yeah, he's definitely pretty bad. Again, that entire tribe is so bad, though. I should call myself Tamar. It would have been timely. When I started the channel, fucking Celebrity Burrow 2 was airing. Oh, yeah, the shot in the dark thing was also funny. I love how also, like, I listened to, like, the beginning of the RCP podcast, and Rob is talking about how, oh, I think it was a strat. That he was doing it to be like Matthew. And it's like, no, he's not, is he? Like, he 100% is being serious here. This is not him, like, making this up as, like, a ploy to try to make people not know where he's, like, at and everything. I didn't name myself BLM. People called me BLM. I actually hated the nickname when I first had it. But... Emily is top 10 best winner, obviously. Imagine Emily... I still... Like, it would be so funny if Emily wins this season. That would be great. Not happening, but, like, it would be funny. What am I doing here? Oh, I had to hit it? Like, does she have the narrative? Again, I mentioned this earlier. I think her narrative is the opposite. Where, like, I think it's a narrative that production doesn't want to be the narrative. Like, if anything, I think it's showing, like, why she would lose. Like, I think her narrative is, like, showing why she would lose than why she would win.
Making progress. His armor's wearing down.
These are all surface.
Emily's a Christy Bennett. No. Like, Emily is like... I don't know, if we're going like finalists... Actually, I don't know, like, what finalist would even be like Emily? Like, maybe like a mix of like... I don't know, who's as intense as Emily? Like Nora, but also like a bit more like intellectual, I guess. Like maybe like Albert? I don't know about Albert. Not Philip. I was thinking someone like oh my god, why did it just like blank? I had it in my head and then it just disappeared. What am I thinking of? It was a woman. Maybe like a Sherry? Like a intense version, like a more intense version of Sherry, maybe? That wasn't the person I was thinking of, by the way, but like that's just like came to my mind just now. Not Monica. Female Heisem? I can kind of see that. Fuck off. I keep getting hit every single time I'm about to throw it.
You are getting under.
There we go. Fuck me. Hit the right guy, please. Thank you. That's pretty sure ever, probably. Do I like talking to you? Probably not, to be honest. I don't know. Did I see any big D in Emily? Probably not. Now, is there any big D? I don't think so, right? Maybe more Frenchy than big D. Yeah, I did think about Twyla as well. That wasn't the person I was like initially thinking of, but like I think like yeah, I could kind of see some Twyla in her. Like again, like Twyla, but like a bit more like intellectual. So that got blocked. That got rightfully blocked. It's Bryce saying, "I'm gonna kill you." Chrissy is a good, yeah. Chrissy mixed in with like, yeah, like a Nora or like a Twyla or someone like that. I think maybe that would be a good comparison. Yeah, not top 10 worst yet. I mean, if she gets booted second, then we can have the conversation. But as of right now, I mean, there's so much game left to play. And even then, like, I think it's like, it's kind of tough to be a bottom 10, but like, I guess she's like on the path. Oh, this white trash thing go through for once? He's like, Bryce posts like white trash like a billion times. It just gets blocked by automod all the time. There we go. I think Kendra can win. I do worry about like the undertones of her edit. Where like I think her content actually like was pretty good, but like the music they played during it felt like kind of dodo-y to where like it doesn't give me a great vibe. But I think her edit was like fine. Oh, I see that RHP just posted a Annabelle deep dive from Traders Australia. So that's something.
Shut up.
It sounds fine, but it's not a likely winner in my mind. I did see the Korean America shower. The moment where like America hears people coming in, like she ducks, and then they like realize she's in there. That was a funny little clip. Yeah, I really have not been paying attention to the feeds that much this week. I've been focusing a lot more on like making all these, like prepping all these videos I've been doing, and then I watched Devil's Plan. I watched what else did I watch? Did I watch anything else? I've been watching Lasers play through Final Fantasy X. So that's something. Yeah, I haven't turned on the feeds in like a week at this point. Traders New Zealand was great. I thought it was fantastic. I think it's debatably my favorite. I wouldn't say favorite Traders season, but it's like probably number 2. I think it's very good. BB Can 11 on Near Reality. I think it's like number 7 or 8 right now. It's not particularly high. Strider 44 is also... Like, Strider 44 is one spot above BB Can 11, by the way, also. So, like, even that's not particularly high. Yeah, I did see that about Corey. Wasn't that, like, a week ago, though? Like, that happened a while ago, didn't it?
We're family.
Yeah, I did see that.
My family's dead.
Well, I like not actually see. I guess I should clarify. Like I heard about it. I didn't like actually see it.
I need help.
Jeremiah might be the hottest female on the show ever. I feel like it's weird that you actually just said hottest female, but either way, yeah. I mean, I like Jeremiah. By the way, I want this rabbit hole of listening to her music again. I got fucking recommended, like literally on my YouTube home. I fucking see her shorts. So I got recommended a whole bunch of her music, so I was like, fuck it, I guess I'll listen to some, and yeah, some of them is pretty good. Some of it's also like, but...
What are you wearing?
Still, for the most part, music's fine. Yeah, I wish she went by J Maya. I would love it more if she went by J Maya. I think my, again, like, purely aesthetic ranking is probably J Maya... Hannah D?
So that was you
probably?
chasing her through the city.
Oh no, probably J Maya Kelly Hannah D. I think it was what it was. Anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna call her J Maya. I just feel like I remember her as J Maya. It feels weird to just say J.
Why didn't you tell me about any of this? All those talks.
What did Chiron say, by the way? I didn't pay attention to that.
Safe? But this.
Did it say J Maya or did it just say J? I think she only got one confessional, so it's not like she had much of a Chiron to even see, but... But yeah, I can't... Like, I don't think of her as J.
Miles. There is nothing.
Hannah technically got voted out.
That would make me stop loving
But I just don't... Like, I don't know what they're considering it.
You give me strength, Miles.
I know that you want to hop in the shower, Sarah Wilson. Obviously, you want to. Is it going to happen? No. Worst essay player ever? I don't remember essay well enough, to be honest. It's probably like a random first boot or second boot. It's probably not Martinez. Because at least he survived a couple tribals.
Teo's gonna help us go door to door.
Perfect.
But he is very bad.
Started. I'll meet you outside. You remind me more of your father every day.
Who goes if we try to lose? Yeah, I guess we can run through that.
Stay safe.
Let's see. Yellow? Like, obviously Emily. Potentially Brandon. I think those are probably the big two. I think more than likely on yellow, I see Caleb, Sabai, Sean being the core at this point. And then, yeah, it's between Emily and Brandon.
Hey, I'm telling people in Harlem they need to...
I can see a world where they keep around Emily because of physical strength. But also, she's obviously like a big social pariah to where it's like, yeah, she could also go home. Let's see. Red?
You got it. I want to
it's probably Sifu?
With buildings that could store a new form. Maybe you could have
I mean, it feels like Sifu
I'm in.
is at least getting the setup to a potential boots.
Right. Thanks, man.
And yeah, really no one else did, right? He's the only person that got any semblance of negative content, but like, is it too obvious? And blue, again, it feels like Jake, potentially. Which feels weird. I guess they could potentially be setting up a Bruce vote off, but I don't know. Feels weird that either of them. Yeah, Sifu is in his real name. I would not be shocked if he didn't go by Sifu until literally the moment he got cast. Where he definitely feels like the type of person that would give himself a nickname just for the show. Yeah, his real name's Nicholas, right? And then he went by Nico. But on the show, he's going by Sifu. Yeah, 100% he's hamming it up. I think he's fun, though. I do like Sifu. But yeah, he's 100% hamming it up.
Make sure you're stocked up on supplies. My loyal listeners will
Potentially could be Brando, but it's like, I don't feel like we have had much setup to that. I think it's not one of the women. I think 100% the women are going to stick together. So it's a matter of like which one of the men on Bello go home. Yeah, he really wants to be Tony. And like, yeah, he's still having, like, I like the moment where he gets caught spying on the women was so funny. And like the moment where we get the shots that we're getting of it, like Sifu like ducking under the like the trees and everything as like people are walking by him, like that was so funny. I think Drew's looking pretty good. Where outside the Bellu woman, I feel the best about Drew. I think my big issue, Drew, is the fact that I feel like his tribe is like really underdeveloped. But also we're only one episode in, so we'll have to see. Drew equals Carson. I can kind of see that. I feel like Drew's storyline, though, like, seems to fit into the, like, what the theme seems to be, at least. Which I could be wrong on what the theme is. Because, like, wasn't I wrong on 44 or 43? I don't remember which one. Oh, no, it was 42. 42 was the one I was wrong. Because I thought it was Mike winning because he fit into the theme of, like, because, like, they talked about how, like, what was it? It was just, like, the most consistent player is going to win or something like that. It was, like, I forgot, what did he say again? I don't even remember anymore. But it's essentially, like, it nullified Omer and, like, Jonathan for me. Because, like, it felt like they openly talked about how, like, oh, I'm the brawn and he's the brains, and, like, that nullified that. Well-rounded player, was that what it was? It was something like that. And that's why I was, like, so high on Mike in 42. Which, like, obviously that didn't end up being the theme of the season, so I could be wrong. But, like, it does feel like we're getting a lot of that in 45 of, like, of this, talk about, like, different personas and if you should play as yourself or a made-up persona. And, like, Drew kind of has this, like, talk about how he has, like, different personas and how he can use both. And, again, I feel like that, like, kind of perfectly fits into, like, the middle ground of the theme. Bryce is also intoxicated. Is Bryce even... I mean, I guess, like, obviously people underage drink, but, like, Bryce definitely isn't 21, though, right? Thoughts on George and Ian being on Michigan Season 6? I'm excited. I think it's going to be really fun to see a host of one of these shows go on the actual show. Which, obviously, it's College Survivor, so it's, like, whatever. But still, like, just imagine, like, Jeff Probst playing Survivor. Like, it's kind of wild to see that. Of, like, a former host playing a show that they hosted. Man, always intoxicated? Oh, I can see that. It was his first and last name, I believe, right? I think those were his, like... That was his persona.
Can't let you go back out there.
Yeah, his name is Drew Basile, and I think his other... It was Drew and then Basile. I think were his two personas.
And what? Just hide down here? I don't get to pick and choose when I'm Spider-Man.
My name's Brandon.
I gotta stop Finn.
No, you gotta survive.
How would I think Jeff would do on Survivor? I think he could do well. I think he's the type of person that, like, probably not going to make it to the end. I think probably be a threat, like, around the merge phase. But I think he has, like, the social awareness and everything to do well early on, at least. I guess it depends on, like, when are we talking about, like, modern Jeff? It's weird. I think, like, the mind of modern Jeff and the body of old school Jeff, I think could do very well. You're 20? I can see that. I mean, you were probably, like, what, 18 when you first went to streams? That makes sense. But I think Emily's races are just insane. Yeah, it was not the greatest, like, optics, right? To, like, be calling out the two black peoples working together. But no, I don't think she's racist. But insane also, and I think there's, like, some validity to what she said, but, like, obviously not to go as intensely on it, to, like, enact much on it. Jeff would be the oldest winner, yeah. That's insane. I love, like, that's his thing with Bob, too, is that he loves that Bob's the oldest winner. Imagine if he won Survivor and became the new oldest winner. Emily and Rogue, interesting. I think I could see that, to be honest. Emily and Rogue comparisons. Like, not from the, like, the racist part, but just in terms of, like how abrasive they are in the game. Prowler's such a cool character. It's fine. Fuck me. Would Devins be a good host? Probably. Like, again, I think this is a good sign for Rick Devins as a potential replacement for Jeff. That he's the host of the On Fire podcast. Which, I mean, to be fair, part of that is because he already had, like, history with, like, podcasting. But, I don't know. I think Rick Evans would be a fine host. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Would he be, like, my number one pick? Probably not. But, like, I think he would be fine. Who would be number one? Like, I think, like, who's someone with, like, hosting experience? Like, Andrea, right? Boston Rob. Who else? Penner. Penner's too old, though. Like, Penner's older than Jeff, isn't he? Oh, Colby. Colby would be funny. Colby wouldn't give it... Like, I think the problem with Colby is that he doesn't give a shit about the game. Or, like, he'd be, like, convincing people to, like, stop playing the game.
You don't realize I'm the only one trying to save you.
And I'm trying to save everyone else.
Hatch. Hatch would be funny, but that would never happen. Hatch would be a fun host. I would really... Like, that would be a really fun host to have Hatch there. Like, I think someone to, like, call out on people's bullshit, but also I feel like he would just, like, intervene too much, right? Because he would 100% be, like, saying, oh, you're a shit player, and, like, stuff like that. And, like, calling out people's bad gameplay. And, like, that's not what you want. Like, he's, like, a bit too, like, opinionated. So, like, there's no way he's going to be able to hide it. Carter Williams, obviously. Gotta have Carter Williams as a Survivor host. Dan Foley would be funny. Tony. Imagine, like, Sandra's host. Ben. Watch it be Ben. I mean, he's on the Mount Rushmore, so, I mean, obviously, he should be Survivor host. I still find it so funny that that Jeff Probst literally said in a comment before Winners at War, his Mount Rushmore of Survivor is Boston Rob, Parvati, Sandra, and fucking Ben. Like, what a fucking ridiculous comment. Especially considering he knows how Winners at War ends by that point, too. Which, like, obviously, like, yeah, he's not gonna say Tony because that would spoil the season. But, like, you're really gonna say Ben when knowing that he quits the game? Like, what a fucking weird pick. Like, it's funny, too, because, like, before that, I was, like, in this camp of, like, I don't know if Jeff actually likes Ben that much. I feel like it's, like, CBS and, like, production as a whole that likes Ben. But, like, there we got, like, oh, no, he actually does really love Ben. BB Mount Rushmore, I've not really thought about it as much as Survivor. Because I think Survivor would be, like, Sandra, Parvati, Boss Rob, Tony. Maybe you can argue Russell Hantz just due to his importance to the game over Tony, but I think I would go Tony route. But, yeah, Big Brother, I mean, like, it would be, what, Will? See, I think Hatch is overrated in terms of his importance to the show. To where I would put Russell over Hatch, personally. But yeah, I think, like, Big Brother-wise, yeah, like, Will, probably Dan, probably Janelle. Then maybe Daniel. Actually, no, Daniel Reyes has... Daniel Reyes, I think. Then is Janelle there? Maybe Janelle's the most wonky one. I think Daniel Reyes is probably the most important player in Big Brother history. So, like, I think Danielle's 100% there. Will is 100% there. Dan, probably. I think Danielle is actually the most important person in Big Brother history. I think it's insane to, like, not put her on there in terms of, like, legacy. But she not just has, like, she has the, like, bitter jury aspect of it all, to where, like, they, like, created a sequestered jury specifically so that people wouldn't see like, the video from home that caused, like, Danielle to lose credibility outside the show. She also is essentially the creator of a secret alliance. She's the person to, like, essentially set the foundation of what later becomes the Cookout, what later becomes the Brigade. Like, I think it's insanity to say that Daniel Reyes isn't on the Mount Rushmore. Like, I don't think Big Brother is the game it is today if it wasn't for Daniel Reyes. Like, I think Daniel Reyes is even more important to the game than Will is.
I'm the kid who knows people are looking up to me.
I'll do what I have.
Like, I legitimately think, like, Daniel Reyes is probably the most important person in Big Brother history. Last night, internet issues. My internet cut out, like, mid-Amazing Race today. Which is, like, right before the stream started, so, I mean... only cut out for, like, a couple minutes. Or not even, I think, like, a minute. I missed, like, from the time that Todd and his wife, when they checked in, to the point where Joel and Garrett checked in. I missed that, like, minute of the show today. I don't know about Rachel. I think my thing is, like, it's either Rachel or Janelle. I think having both is a bit, like, too much, considering I feel like they're pretty much the same in terms of legacy. I would say I would have Janelle over Rachel. But I think that's the thing with Big Brother, is that I think Big Brother doesn't have as definitive of a Mount Rushmore. Where, like, I feel like Survivor is, like, pretty definitive. Especially 3 of the 4. Like, I think Parvati, Sandra, Buster Rob is, like, locked in. Like, I don't think Big Brother really has that as much. I don't think there's an argument for Taylor right now. I think it's way too early. And even then, we're not even seeing any dividends of that this season. Like, how has Taylor impacted this season at all? Like, I just don't think she's going to be that important to the grand scheme of Big Brother history. Like, it feels like Big Brother is, like, it feels like this season kind of has reverted back to pre, like, essentially to the BB23 world. Like, if anything, I would argue Tiffany more so than Taylor. In terms of importance. And more so Tiffany as a representative of the cookout, but, like, still. Dude, this fight's so long. How's this fight still going on? B24 is a top tier season for me. See, I just did the season ranking. And I did lower than I thought I would. Where is it? Fuck, do I not have it in the spreadsheet? Why don't I have it in the spreadsheet? Where do I have it then? Either way, like, I'm pretty sure it's in the bottom third. BB24. There it is. I have it 15. Okay, it's not bottom third, but either 15 out of 24. So it's not particularly high. 15, I think it's literally the spot above it. By the way, I did drop on 15. By the way, I did rewatch. By the way, I also rewatched a lot of my old rankings before making these lists. They're so bad. Like, it's so funny. But either way, yeah, 15. Oh no, 15's the spot below it. It's at 16. Oh yeah, I did see that ET Canada got canceled, which is weird. Which is like, not, I don't think that's a great sign for Big Brother Canada, where because like they're from the same parent company, so it does seem like they're struggling probably a bit, to where like it's probably not great for Big Brother Canada that their parent company's struggling to the point where they're like canceling like their big like show that's to promote all their other shows. Big issue of 24 is that's awful until the finals. I wouldn't agree with that, but like I do think there are a lot of bad points. There are good points. Like again, the overall arc of Taylor's great. I think the Leftovers week is still one of the best weeks in Big Brother history. And I think the weeks following that, where you see like the downfall of Nicole and Daniel, is still really, really fun. Everything else though is rough. Is Russell Hantz a dirt squirrel? Probably not. I mean, that's Alina. Remember, I love like have I ever mentioned Alina on this stream ever? Who is the last Survivor player I've ever mentioned on stream? I wonder who that is. Is there a Survivor player that I've never mentioned on stream? I thought the 35 perimeter was fine, but I do worry about moving forward. Or like I think this episode like dragged a bit towards the end, but I thought for the most part it was okay. But I do worry about, yeah, like, what are they going to do beyond this? Where, like, this is the episode where they had to, like, set up everything and all that sort of stuff. So, like, it justified its length. But, yeah, how is every episode going to be 90 minutes? Obviously, I've never talked about Suri. It's an ancient artifact from those who came before. Simone? Probably not, to be honest. I did just talk about her in a video that I recorded. Oh, in the worst episodes of all time, a video. Because I recorded that. Or worst episode, not worst episode of all time. Worst episode for every season. I recorded everything up to 44 for that. And yeah, the Simone Boot episode was in consideration. Eve from Nicaragua, yeah, that's probably another one. I talk about Gary Hogaboom. Or Gary Hawkins. Yeah, technically I think I've only talked about Gary Hawkins. I don't know if I've talked about Gary Hogaboom, so maybe I haven't talked about Gary. Who are those that came for? I mean, what I said there was a reference to Assassin's Creed, but like that actually is like actually a thing. Those who came before, I mean, that's a tough question to answer without spoiling things. Who the fuck is Simone? I really like Simone because like she was like a big RHP person. Like her husband / I think boyfriend at the time or fiance or whatever is like a big RHP patron. So like she was like pretty prominent in the RHP world at the time. So yeah, I like Simone.
That didn't stop you from lying to me, manipulating
It's
me,
not actually easy. But
being family isn't enough.
that's who the ones who came before in terms of Assassin's Creed is though.
Doesn't have to be like this.
I think we will have to wait for 50. By the way, that's something that came out since the last time we streamed too, is interviews with Jeff, where, yeah, he very much implies that 50 is going to be All-Stars, but we're probably not doing it until 50. Is the vibe I got, is that, yeah, because he was asked, was it ever a consideration to bring back more returning players for 45? And he was like, no. Like, he was like, yeah, no. And like he does mention that, yeah, like 45 to us wasn't a big landmark season. 50 is a big landmark season, so we could do something special for that. Like it very much implies to me that, yeah, like they're thinking 50 is going to be All-Stars. Probably, I would expect like a Game Changers-esque season. Hopefully not that unbalanced, but I'm expecting it to just be a random mix mash of returning players.
I'm headed to the science center.
But yeah, it seems like we're going to have to wait till 50 for that.
I will. Good luck,
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
he was like saying that, like, yeah, I love the like having all the new casts and all that sort of stuff. So it's like I don't think we're getting it till 50. Roxy, how have I talked about Roxy? Are we at the end? I probably should do this. Well, having not gotten the menu the entire game, that's really funny. I don't know if I care enough actually. Yeah, whatever, we'll just keep... Oh, wait, no, these aren't even equipped. Oh, I'm just being a fucking idiot then. Whatever, I'll do this. How did it feel if Russell Hantz became the host of Survivor? That's not happening, is he? I mean, like, I don't know why that gave a lie, but like, imagine if he just said to someone on Survivor that, what do you want to do? Make me, what was he saying about Kelly Sharbaugh? That, oh, what do you want me to do? Just stick my dick up your ass or whatever, and saying, like, why Kelly Sharbaugh didn't vote for him or whatever. Which is like, again, like, yeah, this guy's completely unhinged. Mind he was drunk when he said that, but still, like that was during his RHAP interview, where like he was ranting about him not winning Samoa. Is that all I can do here? What if Bryce became the host driver? That's not happening. Oh, I have to go back, don't I? Wait, is that everything I can do? I guess it is.
Come on, Finn.
Yeah, I know. There we go.
You museum closed
All
for
right, John
renovation.
Palahniuk and
The underground
Brady
moves
have
right
been
in.
mentioned. We've definitely mentioned John Palahniuk, but I don't think we've mentioned Brady. Because we talked about Solitary or whatever that fucking show is that he was on. Russell was saying on his stream today that CBS needs to fix their casting process after Hannah's quit. I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't think it really matters. Like, I think it's like, I don't know. Yeah, they got one bad egg. I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world. I mean, I'm not fucking talking about Survivor Michigan and the people that I haven't talked about. By the way, I'm pretty sure I have mentioned Noah, though, from Survivor Michigan. Because I'm pretty sure I talked about first boot ranking in the past. Have I ever talked about fucking AJ from Survivor Michigan? No. Have I ever talked about fucking Jess from Survivor Michigan? No. I've not seen Shane Powers' tweets. It's the first quit since 29. I think first quit since 37. He's B quit. But yeah, I think before that, when was the last quit before that? Was it not since Julie McGee? Professional King AJ, obviously. Finally talked about B, yeah, there we go. Eric from Edge of Extinction? Probably not. I did talk about him today, though, in a video. Because his boot episode was my pick for worst episode in Edge of Extinction. Was Hannah even a bad egg? She came, she saw, she left. I thought, again, I like Hannah. I thought she was actually fun while she was there, so that she also wanted to quit the game. And, like, ideally, yeah, you wouldn't have people that want to quit the game on there. What? Why aren't any of these hits hitting? I think I moved the Lorne eye roll to something else. I think it's like, it's like one of the other, like I think it's like 1,000 bits or something like that. Just because, again, no one used it outside of it relating to you. So, it's like, why do we need it anymore? Yeah, I think I replaced it with the Corey. Corey yelling, "What the fuck?" Steve Pearsonville? Obviously, gotta love Steve Pearsonville. Best episode 44. What did I pick? By the way, that is coming out less than a month from now. Is best episode of every season. I don't remember which one I picked. Oh, by the way, Life is Strange video just passed the Captain Spirit video, for whatever that's worth. Where is it? There we go. I have no memory of this video, and I only made it like a month ago.
Alright, guys,
or whatever.
I'm here back with a new video.
Alright. When did I make this? Oh no, what? It's been 3 months? Okay, I guess it's been 3 months. I didn't realize it was that long ago. What did I pick? For 44. Really? Why did I go there? I went episode 11. Why did I pick episode 11? Like, that's the Danny boot, right? I think it's fine. I feel like episodes 4 and 5 are like the two that stand out to me now.
That's
Let's see.
a favorite episode from. I feel like it's a season that, despite its bevy of twists and advantages, kind of feels pretty baseline throughout the entire run.
I
Where it doesn't
stand
feel
by
like there
that.
are these like massive highs throughout the season that really stand out here. And because that makes it very difficult to pick a favorite episode. Where there are episodes like I'm Felicia, episode 4, that ends up being a really fun one involving the event of Sarah Blindside and like bickering between Jam and Carolyn and Josh playing his idol. But overall, I feel like it's an episode that does largely fit into the overall issues of the season. It's a heavy focus on advantages and twists. Well, episode 5 kind of has the opposite issue, where it is a genuinely great episode. episode, one filled with great character moments and doesn't heavily focus on advantages or twists. However, it's also an episode that doesn't end with elimination. Episode 8, Don't Get Cocky Kid, is another episode that really stood out to me as one that has really fun blindside of Danny idling Brandon out of the game, but also having the first normal round of gameplay in a while. The other thing that really harms this one to me is the fact that half the episode is devoted to the immunity challenge. So really the episode I'm going to pick here ends up being episode 11, I'm Not Worthy, an episode that ends up being a pretty normal episode through and through.
Yeah, honestly, my favorite episode is the episode that's pretty fucking normal. Alright, whatever, yeah. I don't know why I picked episode 11, but that's fine. I infested myself with herpes, obviously. Obviously that happens. Yeah, I don't like 44 anymore. Like, it's number, I think, 38 on my newest season ranking. Or maybe 37. I think it's 37. Why are the comic things happening? Is that because, like, one of the things I equipped? I assume so, right? Oh, 43 is also relatively low. 43 is higher than 44, but, like, it's also still not that good. Actually, let's see. Where do I have it again? There, a season ranking. So yeah, these are where I have the new era seasons. Yeah, 44 is at 37. 43 is at 31. 42 is at 26. And 41 is at 21. So that's where I currently have it. Pretty tired. Well, that's a shame. What time is it? It's 1:30. Yeah, it's late. I'm surprised I'm not done this game by now, to be honest. I thought we'd be done super quick. Into the episode, but whatever. I liked 41 at the time. And I think in retrospect, I think I like 41 the most of the new era. The thing is, I definitely went down on it for a while, and I think now, like, I went back and rewatched a lot of the pre-merge episodes, and I really enjoyed them. And then, like, I do think the back, like, the last 3 episodes or so are not great. But I still, like, I actually really like Erica's edit on the season. And, like, I said this at the time, and, like, I still agree with it now that I think it's, like, a really, like, interesting winter edit. Like, it's not great for Erica. Obviously, it's a shame to not see her get, like, as much content as what you would typically expect of a winner. But, like, I kind of like that it's, like, as subdued of a winter edit as it is. That, again, like, the clues are there, but it's not, like, so in your face. Like, it doesn't, like, completely come out of nowhere.
Webs won't reach. Yeah, this'll work.
Yeah, if only you would let me hit it. Wait, am I not? Wait, what? Why is it not letting me connect the thing? Wait, what? That is the button I'm supposed to push, right? We're excited to play more Cyberpunk tomorrow. Only get to play an hour today. That was me with fucking RE4. Where, like, I've only been playing like an hour a day for the last couple days because I've been just working on videos until like super late into the night. I am, again, like, I'm almost done prepping this batch of videos of like stuff that I can do outside of like writing scripts for like Total Drama, and I still need to watch like BB5 and oh, does that not work? Why does that not work? I guess that's why it's not working. Like, it's not because it's red. Yeah, I still need to watch BB5. I need to watch Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2 for videos, and then I need to write the scripts of those videos, and then also Total Drama Action. But outside of that, I'm pretty much caught up with this batch of videos in terms of the prep process, which is surprising how quickly I was able to do it, but also a lot of the, like, there's just a lot of stuff I can't do yet, which is an issue. I did a retrospective of Season 1. This is for Season 2. You see, I'm doing every season eventually. And yeah, I get like the season 1 video just came out. Season 2 video comes out a little bit earlier, I believe. I think it's like a month earlier or so. But also, it's like I'm again like there's just things I can't work on yet, to where I'm like, fuck, I might as well rewatch all these shows, or yeah, watch all these shows I'm doing videos on now, while we're at it. No, that was just season 1. Which again, I'm gonna do each season. I'm also gonna do Alien probably as its own separate video. If Corey gets voted out on the next HOH, is he the best preacher? No. Maybe. I don't know, maybe. I think you could definitely argue it.
Oh yeah. This work.
Izzy's not the best preacher, though.
To the shacks.
Issue with Izzy is that she, like, wasn't really playing for herself.
Got it.
And part of the reason why she ends up getting taken out is because she wasn't playing for herself. Because they recognize how close she was to Suri and that she wasn't going to turn on Suri. Yeah, it would be insane if Corey is a preacher.
That's one. Feeling good.
SPD retrospective? I mean, that'll be in like 12 years or something. When was SPD? SPD was what, 2005, right? So 30 years later. So yeah, 12 years from now. I can't wait for 12 years from now when I do my SPD retrospective. I think Clay was playing for himself until his final round. Because, like, it's a very different situation where, like, Izzy is taken out directly because she, like, because, like, people recognize how close she was to Suri because she wasn't playing for herself in that instance. With Clay, it's an instance where, like, he was on the block against Shelly and wasn't going home and then just essentially decided to quit. Like, that's kind of different gameplay-wise. Where, like, Clay wasn't going home until he decided he was going home. Izzy actively gets taken out because of her own poor play. Where else am I going here? 12 years is crazy, it is. Which again, I don't know how much I'm gonna like really stick to this like 1 a year thing. Especially like, again, I mentioned before 2016 or 2026. I think I'll probably end up changing how I do the channel. So I'll probably like end up speeding up retrospectives and stuff at that point because I'll have more time to do it.
This is gonna work.
But don't know by how much I will be doing that. Yeah, Erica's better than Clay for including BB Can.
A couple more. Yes.
Yeah, Right Strike's over. I do wonder how long it's going to take for us to get back to normal, though, in terms of it, though. To where, are we still going to get a winter Big Brother season? I think probably, right? Because I don't think they'll be able to recover that quickly. Also, something I found very curious with Jeff. He was asked about Survivor 46, and asked if, it's 46 hour-and-a-half episodes, 90-minute episodes. And, like, he said he doesn't know. Which, like, that's definitely not, that's definitely not true, right? He definitely does know. But it's also, like, why would he say that? Like, that's kind of a weird thing to say, that I don't know. Because, like, they've definitely started editing it, right? Or at least, start aspects of it. So it's like, yeah, like, I don't get why he said I don't know about that response, but whatever. Yeah, this week has definitely killed the momentum. I'm expecting it to come back, though. Oh, wait, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm expecting it to come back once we get, like, the HOH result and everything, but yeah, this is still not right. Actors are still on strike, but, like, it's gonna be done, though, in like, a week. Like, supposedly they're gonna be back to negotiating next week. I expect it to be done pretty quickly. I think once the writers were able to make a deal, the actors they should be able to easily make a deal as well. Oh, wrong button. yeah, so yeah, I'm expecting the strikes to be done. But again, like it's still a bit of a quick turnaround to have everything ready for spring, right? Because like it'll be October to where like nothing has been done since what, like was it March or so? April, something like that, like when the strike started. So that's a while. I mean, like that's a good like 6 months worth of content. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how quickly they'll be able to recover from that. I don't know if it won't be until like end of next year that everything's back to normal. Putting Erica like crazy. Yeah, I did see that. They really are like the Traders Canada like really is a lot of Erica in all the promotion, which is probably a good sign. Probably means she's a trader, right? You would think. Will Zombie Squid screw something like the fake double eviction? I mean, it kind of already has with Corey. To be fair, I think Corey would have fucked it up himself also, like eventually anyway, but it does feel like this is like directly causing Corey to become a lot more targeted in the game. We should have something like Cam in the game that's like putting more of a bullseye on Cody's back, and then part of why Matt and Jag are convinced to go for Corey. Mind you, again, like I still think Blue is going after Corey as well, so that's also playing a major factor into things. But the Cam stuff definitely didn't help. What am I doing? It's just through here. Looking at a map of all the countries Amazing Race has been to, how have they never been to Nigeria? I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of like random smaller countries like that they've never been to. I would assume.
Finn, come on.
America biggest goat on the board.
You and me.
It's not looking great. I mean, I do think America's winning chances are pretty low at this point.
She's got to be with our project down that hall.
Again, things can change for sure, but yeah, I mean, like it seems like people are looking at her as like kind of like Corey's lapdog. I keep saying Cody. Corey's lapdog, and that's not a great spot to be in. America Jag found too. I think they would give it to Jag, but I think it would be kind of close. I don't think it would be close like vote wise, but I think it would be close like perception wise. Nigeria's too dangerous for travelers. All right. Also, it's like I don't know. Would you want to go to Nigeria? It's like I feel like I've never once in my entire life thought, you know what, I want to go to Nigeria. Those you fair, I also don't really want to travel much at all anyway.
I want to see our project.
She's winning Celebrity to Grow 4. Who is this?
I'm coming. I'm
what,
coming.
Megan Thee Stallion?
Hey, where'd they put us?
I've got the museum.
It's funny that you think they could even like have a like semblance of a chance of getting her.
Wait to see our names on the little sign, like real.
But yeah, if we do get a winner Big Brother season 2, that's what I'm expecting. I'm not expecting a full-blown season. I'm expecting Celebrity Big Brother. By the way, if it is a full-blown season, I'm fucked because I've recorded a lot of videos under the or like I've plotted a lot of videos under the context of there not being another main line until summer of next year, which again I still think will be the case, but. So there's at least like a semblance of a chance. Blue Bowie Jane. I think you'd have to go vote by vote. I think it's close. As of right now, like I think as of right now, I think you got like Cam, America, Corey who would vote. Bowie. Actually, I don't know. Would America vote Bowie Jane? But I think Cerie's like kind of in the middle. I don't even know what Mimi and Felicia would vote.
He just tacked special exhibits upstairs. There's the elevator.
We've got time to look around first.
Yeah, as of right now, she's missing. But like, will she still be when she finds out that Blue like fucked her over again? Oh, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see like Blue like completely fucking up her final performance. But also, like, it never matters though, does it?
Do you have tickets for the special exhibit?
Oh,
Mimi would probably vote Bowie. Maybe. I don't know.
You do, and we're sold out. Can't let you go upstairs.
Drafts probably not tonight.
Anyway.
Well, so yeah, daytime stream will be on Saturday.
Right, but see that door? The hallway behind
Yeah, was it Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern? Probably. We'll probably do the BB Can draft. Drafting every player in BB Can because, like, when else are we gonna be able to do a draft that big? And everybody have it set up, so why not? And yeah, as of right now, I still plan on streaming Sunday nights. We'll see how I feel though. If I don't feel great, I probably just will skip it. But obviously, definitely doing the daytime stream.
It'd be nice to find something mutable.
What is the non-social strategy draft that we should do?
Shut up.
As of right now, the plan is both Saturday and Sunday.
And something we can slide under the door, but still move around.
But again, I'm not like gonna lock that in. Like, we'll definitely do the Saturday daytime stream. I might forgo the Sunday stream if I'm not feeling well. But the Sunday stream would essentially be the normal stream. Like, that would be the stream that was supposed to be on Saturday night. But because I'm doing the daytime stream, I'm obviously not going to do a nighttime stream.
With the stickers.
They've never gone to Gabon, so they've gone to somewhere that Survivor... they haven't gone to somewhere that Survivor has. It's pretty sad.
Can you imagine driving this thing down 5th?
Social like I think like Traders is a game with social strategy aspects, but it's not a social strategy game. It's a social deduction game. But there are social like strategy aspects to it, where like it can be played like a social strategy game, but it isn't fundamentally a social strategy game.
Not from space.
Cool.
And I think like the overall skill set, while similar, isn't exactly the same. Which is why I think like Cherie is someone that seems like the perfect person to play a social deduction game. While I think with a social strategy game, she usually struggles to getting to the very end.
Must be. Wonder if it's using a phononic band gap.
What are we doing here?
That's it. Take it.
Oh.
Don't let anyone see.
Oh, there we go.
Let's go.
Red Ranger draft? I don't know. We have a setup though, right? Set. Yeah, I don't know how many people. Oh, look at that! The fucking reference to the OG game.
The external tools interface directly with the command module's computer.
But I'm really like not that hyped for Spider-Man 2, if I'm being honest. Like, it's coming out in what, like less than a month?
We should look around for
and after playing these again, I really don't care that much, but I'll still play it.
I saw something about solar energy near the locked door.
If you're not being murdered on Traders, it's probably a big red flag that your close ally is a traitor and thinks you're an idiot. Not necessarily. I mean, like, you can't murder everybody. Like, I wouldn't say it's like a big red flag. I think it is like, okay, there's a chance, but I wouldn't say like, don't base your entire game around that concept.
I think you're right. The solar energy display probably has something we can use.
It being a social deduction game, so why I have a problem with the player ranking, I assume that Gumball did for it. I think Ari, like, I would argue Ari is still probably a top 5 player that season. I don't know. Because I don't care enough to do a fucking player ranking for the Traders. But I think he was pretty good as a faithful for a lot of the season, and then when he was a trader, he, like, performed fine enough. Obviously gets outplayed by Suri at the end. Upcoming game streets are saying Survivor Castaway Island is goated, obviously. Is there actually more information on Survivor Castaway Island? I haven't seen anything of it. Let's see. What is this video? I see a video from 4 days ago. What is this? Is Survivor Castaway Island good? Wait.
Clock is ticking. Tick tock.
Coordination and resources required to play it at home.
Right,
Survivor is a reality competition that puts strangers together.
Why is this a video from a channel that only has 600 subscribers?
Each other off until one person remains. It's my favorite show, and I'd love to play it someday. But the amount of time, people,
I don't care.
Survivor Castaway Island. So I think it's only fair to give some background to these games. These are Survivor
I don't
Koh-Lanta
care.
for Nintendo Switch. It's available.
Oh, so
on
he
Xbox
fucking got the
PlayStation.
Switch version? That's
Really
funny. Like the Koh-Lanta Switch version?
honestly works new art style and additional challenges. But as for the game is identical. Survivor Castaway Island is the 2022 version. That being said, is this a good Survivor video game? And shockingly, the answer is yes.
Oh.
Kinda. It's not a good video game, but it's easily the best Survivor video game. So let's talk about it.
Let's see what this video says.
Why are we still waiting?
Okay, this is taking a while. Cool, obviously getting an ad. By the way, all my fucking recommended are my own videos now because I've been rewatching my own videos for a bit. Like literally, my entire recommended is Big Brother top 10 players of all time, Big Brother top 10 players that make the jury, Big Brother top 10 non-winning one-time players. Fucking final juror rankings on there. Who would I vote for is on there. It's funny, like literally before I was like checking my like recommend, I couldn't find a single fucking video of mine. Now I have like a whole bunch of videos of mine.
If you want to win the game, you get a one shot. And in this game, castaways aren't blank slates. Each one has a random archetype that reacts differently to every situation.
This is interesting seeing actual gameplay though.
Different from minute one. You may get a Kumbaya tribe you can go to the end with, but you can also get Desida, where everybody hates each other, which already makes Castaway Island infinitely more replayable than the other Survivor video games. But things aren't as complex as they may seem.
So there is actually like a social strategy like system in there.
Makes Castaway Island infinitely more replayable.
Like there's like an alliance system.
Your ability to interact in the game is
like a friendship system.
Which makes every playthrough different from minute one. You may get a Kumbaya tribe you can go to the end with, but you can also get Desida, where everybody
That's interesting.
already makes Castaway Island infinitely more replayable than the other Survivor video games. But things aren't as complex as they may seem. Your ability to interact in the game is still quite limited. Every in-game day follows the structure of a morning event, challenge, afternoon event, chore, evening event, and then tribal council if you lost in the meeting challenge. During the morning, afternoon, and evening events, just about anything can happen. But you'll always have the opportunity to make a decision. For instance, in the classic Elizabeth Olsen, David versus Goliath scenario, your character's back hurts from sleeping on empty. So you can either complain about it, ask your tribe to help fix the shelter, or simply fix the shelter by yourself. This is a trick question. Like
this looks better than I expected, to be honest. It doesn't look actually great, but like
I've been accused as the perpetrator. Two of my choices are
kind of more than I thought.
Or I can point the blame on someone else. I choose to ask my friend for help, but they don't believe me, thus jeopardizing my relationships with everyone. One more for you guys. Right before tribal council, someone reveals who they're targeting. I can either ask them about it and make them speak more, or I can change.
It's essentially like a choose your own adventure style thing, right?
Running their mouth makes everyone dislike them more. Fake Blake never fails. The interactivity and variety from
I guess I should post the video that I'm watching.
And the options you get aren't always easy ones to make. Sometimes your hands are gonna get dirty, and every choice is
what the fuck is that?
That's why this is fun.
Oh, that's literally fucking what Menace posted earlier. Why the fuck was that in my copy and paste? Okay, I meant this. There we go.
And below it are your resources: water, food, and lumber. It is vital that you keep these numbers from reaching zero because they literally keep you alive. Every morning you'll eat, drink, and throw a couple logs on the fire. You also lose stamina on a regular basis, sleeping poorly, competing in challenges, and gathering resources all make this number drop. And on top of that, the lower your stamina is, the worse you'll perform in challenges.
Yeah, I mean this.
Your stamina hits zero, you're doing
To be honest, the challenges look kind of shit. But like.
It's getting to the final two a lot. Here's a pro tip: upgrade your shelter and storage as soon as possible. But with that comes a cost. The day spent working on the
It looks better than I thought it would. I think it'll still be bad, but like you can actually like walk around, you can talk to people.
How people feel about each other. You wouldn't believe this, but people are less resistant to work with you when they like you. So make your alliances early, because even if they hate you, they'll still be loyal to the
Yeah, you can make alliances with people. That's pretty cool. I think it'll be fun. We'll see how it goes. $40 is a bit rough. For a game that seems just like budgety, but I'm willing to spend 40. I'm not willing to spend 80. Where like because again, it comes out technically on October 3rd. However, physically it comes out November 16th. And I'm deciding to wait for the physical version. I would rather have a physical copy of it. And through that, my video won't be coming out until after that, obviously. But there was like a little thing that I thought about, like, should I just play both? But I'm like, I'm not spending $80 on this game. Like, that's fucking stupid. Spend $80 on Survivor Castaway Island. He says at the end of the challenges are fucking awful in the worst part of the game. Again, it looks like it. Look, it looks like there's a lot, like, more depth to the, like, social strategy aspects than I was thinking there would be. Where am I going? Here? No? Cool. There'll be... Actually, wait, how many players were... I didn't be paying attention to that. Yeah, how many players are there? Is it multiplayer? I didn't pay attention to that either. It is multiplayer, right? I think I saw at one point, way back. I don't know. The rumor is that it's going to premiere October 9th, but we still haven't, like, heard anything. So, who knows? But again, yeah, that is the rumor of Survivor UK, is that starting October 9th. But, yeah, you would think we would have heard about it by now. I'm never going to play Outlast for my entire life. I did see that. Isn't Roblox coming to 4? That's the thing that was announced, right? Oh, by the way, Jim Ryan, fucking, that's his name, right? Jim Ryan? Yeah, Jim Ryan. Yeah, he's retiring. Sony CEO. Well, I guess technically Sony Interactive CEO. Which, good. Get the fuck out of here.
Let's keep looking for something we can use.
I have not loved a lot of Sony's decisions since he's took over, so good. 2-player for challenges, no online co-op. That's disappointing. It's no online. See, that's pretty shit. Could still be fun, though. Even if it's just multiplayer. But yeah, that's kind of shit, though. Yeah, why would you want to play the challenges multiplayer? The obstacle course within the... Oh, yeah, that's Outlaster. But again, I'm never going to play Roblox, ever. It's just not my thing. Where am I going right now? Find the tools to unlock the door. Okay. So what are the other tools I need? Well, this is fun. Oh, I have a run button. I'm a fucking idiot. Completely forgot there was a run button.
Oh, hey, look. Solar mirrors. And sticky on the back.
Perfect for tricking a light-sensitive lock.
Oh, there we go. No, I don't want to play fucking 10-year-olds.
I've got the light. Tell me when the stickers.
Again, just playing Roblox just would depress me, I feel like.
Gotta hurry.
It's like the same reason why I would like never play fucking Minecraft then nowadays. It just like feel weird to me.
Need something else.
Oh wait, how do I do this? Is that not it? What if I end up with Carolyn? That would be funny. Imagine like you actually you're one of these people that actually knew Carolyn from playing fucking Outlaster with her.
Quite.
That'd be such a weird thing. Like imagine like you're a 10-year-old kid that played Outlaster with this 35-year-old woman that ended up playing Survivor. Oh wait, I can rotate. I can remember that part of it. Wait, what am I trying to shine it on? Oh wait, this thing here? There we go.
That worked. We did it.
Parents don't play Minecraft. Do they not? I'm pretty sure they do. They definitely do, right? Someone let a preteen convince you to play The Way Out with him online a few years ago, and it was the most uncomfortable experience of gaming life. Well, that's something. What is The Way Out?
Hello. You'll be at Brooklyn Visions next week. I won't.
I'm not gonna.
Or are you talking about? Oh wait, are you talking about A Way Out? The yeah, okay, you're talking about A Way Out, the Joseph Fares game or whatever. Dude, that'd be so awkward. Yeah, that'd be so weird to play with like a little kid. Yeah, I don't know how you did it. That's just bizarre.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, Miles.
Hi, Mr. Davis.
Finn says hi.
You kids having fun? Make sure you get a picture of your...
I kind of want to replay A Way Out, but I also like don't know if I care enough.
It's totally a big deal.
Okay.
I think I even have it installed because I thought at one point like it would be fun to play this again. But I'm also like I'm never gonna fucking bother getting someone else to actually go and play it with me.
This is it. Our project's in the back.
Which I think is something that's kind of shit with like those sort of games like that and It Takes Two and stuff. Where like it's a cool experience, obviously, but it's like also like it's one that like you can just rarely have. Unless you could literally get someone to just like constantly replay the game with you over and over again. It's like, that's the other biggest party. Corey Lay plays those? What, Outlaster?
Hey,
Why should BB Can 6 and Ryan has to be one of the worst players ever make the jury? He
How many
is.
Apollo missions were there?
I think he is the worst, right? BB Can?
17.
Like he's the lowest on my BB Can ranking. Maybe Jackie. I think him and Jackie were the bottom two. I think him, Jackie, Raul, I think were like bottom 3, right?
Our project.
Best part of tonight's Survivor episode. I thought the funniest part was Sifu. And then him like hiding and trying to do the Tony thing. I thought that was really funny.
No one told us we were in the special exhibit. Ticket
Yeah,
only.
what else is like really good? Like there were good moments. It's just I don't know like how fun they were. Like I like Brandon's like arc across the episode was like really interesting.
We need a picture.
I wouldn't say it's like fun though.
You gotta be in it too. You helped us get it working.
Okay.
Bruce being like kind of wacky was a bit weird.
Say alleles.
Like it is funny too. Like that was so surreal seeing Bruce like being the way he is. Like because like we just obviously like never seen Bruce proper on Survivor. So it's like it's weird that we see him on Survivor and he's like instantly getting this dodo edit. It's like that is kind of funny. By the time it's tribal, you thought Brandon was going home. Yeah, I did too, to be honest. I thought he was gonna be first boot. Like I did like pick up on like some things. Okay, Hannah's saying some like weird shit, but then like it never like led to anything coming into tribal. Like her like mentioning out of the blue that I don't want to be here or whatever. Like that did feel weird, but I was like, I feel like if she was actually gonna quit, it would like come up again because like it only came up in like the middle of the episode and that's it. So like her like actually deciding to quit, like that did come out of like a little bit out of left field because it wasn't like mentioned for like a good chunk of the episode. Jackie needed to have her hair fall out somewhere else and she would have won. What are you talking about? You don't. I assume you mean you don't think. Yeah, I don't think Reva is winning the season based on the episode. Yeah, I think that's the big like downside of like Drew and Dee, who I think are people that like definitely have chances, but yeah, it's just like it feels like Reba was definitely the most under-edited of the three. But also, again, like to be fair, like fucking Luvu, is that their name? Blue Tribe from 41. Like they were also like near invisible pre-merge, and then they have to get the winner, and they have like 2 of the final 4, or no, 3 of the final 4. And really like 4 of the final 6, right? So it's like again, like 41 is just like such an anomaly that I feel like you can't like fully count things out, but yeah, it's definitely not a great like sign. I could told her to have her hair fall out somewhere else. I remember that, but like, what does that have to do with her winning, though? He's like, I mean, I don't feel like that's anything to do with like Jackie's win potential. Lucy looked as one of the funniest boots. Like she quit, but she didn't. I don't know. I mean, like, I think history will not look favorably on Hannah, probably, just because I think most people just remember the fact that she quit round 1, and I think that'll be just the thing most people remember. But I thought she was like fine, and then yeah, like the nicotine withdrawal and everything obviously is a factor. So I don't know, like I don't mind Hannah, but I feel like yeah, most of like history is not gonna really remember that part of it. This is your 3rd favorite non-tribalized? Non-tribal? Yeah, I mean, like, actually, yeah, too. I didn't think of that through, but yeah, this was a pretty strong tribal up until that point. I mean, the fact that you have, like, Emily calling out Sabaya and everything during it, that's pretty insane.
Where are you? Near your apartment. Trying to find shelter. Get to Dale's bodega. I'll be there soon. We'll keep everyone safe.
If I were to do collab with another one, I mean, I think Flynn Masters would make sense. I don't know, like, I think it would have been. I think, like, obviously, like, the minor is just the fact that he doesn't really do Survivor content anymore. but yeah, obviously he's like been here, so like it would make sense. Yeah, Thanomel showed up here and there, so like maybe. But yeah, I really personally don't have much of an interest in doing collabs. Survivor Zealots collab. I think I'm good. Don't really need to be to like talk to Bryce for like an hour or whatever. I think I'm good. I've never interacted with Russell Muscle. Okay, that was something. I haven't interacted with like many actual YouTubers. Like it's really just what Flynn Masters, Athanimail and Gumball. If you want to include Russell Hanson, the fact that he contacted me and I didn't respond. I still think that's like one of the most surreal things, though. The fact that like Russell Hantz like contacted me to be part of his like top 100 player video thing, and I still like didn't see it, and then he fucking like bashes me in the comments or whatever. Like that's still like a surreal thing to have happened. Is that like this guy that like dominated the like is like a legend of Survivor, dominated the screen time for like entire years worth of Survivor, is a guy that's like really upset at me in my comments for not responding to him. Like it is funny that that's the world we live in. Opinion on the lawyers on recent seasons saying the same thing about high-end jobs. I don't really care that much. Like I feel like it's not something I ever like really thought about. But it's also something that I think as a whole, it's like I don't agree with lying about your occupation for most instances. Like I think there's like certain points where okay, embellish like some of the things, like maybe don't give them the full details on things. But I think just to outright lie about what your job is, I think is typically not the move. Like I think like even though the episode like really bashed on Jake for like saying that he was a lawyer, like I feel like the way he played it is well, where like he still is like pretending to be a lawyer, but he's like a different lawyer than what he said he was. And I think that's the way to play it. Is like to be like the least intimidating of the lawyers by being like a public defender, or at least like if you're gonna lie about your job again, like lie about something that you actually have experience in, or that you like possibly do like part-time or something. But like just to outright like make up a lie about what job you're doing is just really stupid. No, it was in my comments. I don't remember what video it is anymore. Yeah, like because like, he tried to contact me through my comments one time, and I didn't respond, and then he also responds to that with like him being upset at me. Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, the clip of the Scott Pilgrim anime. Yeah, it does not look great. It feels weird. Like it is the same actors, right? But like something feels off with like the voice acting and everything, and yeah, like the animation feels a bit off. I don't know. I'll watch it still. I think I'm not going to make a video on it because I did talk about that before, that I thought about making a video on it. I think I'm good. But I'll watch it though. Game? Oh. Here we go.
Yankee, talk to me.
Alright, here we go. Final mission in the game. Star 45 broke a record tonight.
You're breaking up. Where are you? Yankee?
I don't know. What would be the record?
If you can hear me.
Lying about your job as a prisoner's dilemma? Yeah. But I think, like, I think you're better off not lying than you are lying, though. But yeah, there's really just, like, pros and cons to both. And like neither one has like, yeah, it's like I mean, obviously, it's all depending on what your actual occupation is. But yeah, I side with it's probably just better to not lie. And really, I just think, like, really at the end of the day, a lot of it's just circumstantial. It's really, like, I think people are just going to take the information differently. It just depends on the people you're with, which you're never really going to know off the bat. Setting a record would be more accurate. Yeah, I did watch Devil's Plan. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I enjoyed it. It's not the genius, which is, like, it is presentation-wise, which is fun. Like, to a degree. There's obviously not as many flashbacks and stuff like that, but there are, like, flash forwards. Like, you could definitely tell it's the same person that made the genius. Like, essentially the, like, design of the main games are just the genius. It is essentially just more of the genius. I don't love the general format, though, and I think that's something I'm a bit underwhelmed by. Like, I don't love the, like, aspect of the, what was it called? The second game. Not the main game, not the main match, but the other match, where they do it for the money, where they have to work together. I don't love that as much. Like, to me, it just, like, kind of makes me, like, wish that this was just the Genius Season 5. And, like, they just use that format, but it's still fine for what it is. I'm enjoying it, but I do feel like the episodes are a bit drawn out, though. And overall, I don't think the cast is, like, appealing to me as much as the Genius Season does. But it is still fine. I don't know if I'm excited about Genius UK, because I did see how Genius Netherlands turned out. But I'm interested, though. Yeah, it's like trader missions, which is like, I don't care. Like, these aren't, like, I mean, the games themselves are, like, a little bit more interesting. But it's still, like, I don't know, definitely not the most riveting TV there. Dude, I feel like the first one actually turned out to be pretty good TV. Also, really funny how much, like, the players themselves are talking about how good TV this makes. Like, I do find that kind of funny. Which are more hope for Genius UK or Survivor? Probably... actually, I don't know. Probably Survivor, to be honest. But I don't really feel great about either. I think, like, when Survivor UK was announced, I was kind of thinking, okay, maybe there's a chance. I think the more time goes on, I'm like, okay, this is probably not going to turn out that well. Especially now after watching, like, Rise and Fall, after watching, like, some of the later, like, Circle seasons, also watching Traders UK. Like, I just don't think the UK, like, audience is ready for it. And, like, I still think there are going to be some people, isolated people, that are going to be playing super hard. But I just feel like most of the country's just not ready for, like, this, like, cutthroat social strategy game. Where, again, we just see it constantly over and over again in, like, modern UK reality shows, where people just hate anyone that tries to play the game strategically. I could not tell you any of these people's names from Devil's Plan. Dongjae is the guy that was, like, almost eliminated despite having, like, a lot of pieces, right? It was that guy. Which, yeah, he seemed fun. He also played the first game, like, the first game I thought was pretty fun. Like, I think, like, it was a bit, like, overly complicated, the first main match. But I think it was a fun game, though. I think it turned out fun. I think it played out in, like, a near optimal way. Did not love the second main match. I feel like that was, like, just a lot of luck. Where, like, a lot of it seemed to be based around, like, what your initial rule was, and then after it was just, like, luck on what you rolled, and that was just, like, not as interesting to me. Yeah, Devil's Plan's made by the person that made the Genius. It's the same showrunner. Which, again, makes me question, like, why didn't you just make a Genius Season 5, then? If you really want to make a game that's essentially the Genius, but just, like, not as good. Like, format-wise. Which, I think there's, like, kind of a double-edged sword to it, to where, like, I love the Genius, and I think it ended perfectly. But also, I do kind of want more seasons to it. But I also understand like this like concept of also that being like the perfect like final season, the perfect like way to end it. So, like, I would be like conflicted if it actually was a Genius season 5, but I kind of also do wish it was a Genius season 5. Oh, yeah, he's talked about, like, the showrunner's talked about this before, that he thinks the Genius is like his masterpiece essentially, and that he just wants it to end, like, he wanted to end like well, and not to like continue going on until it got like washed out and everything. So like he felt like, and that was like coming into Grand Final, and he felt like making Grand Final, it like turned out how he wanted it to, and that was like just a good way to end it. And like I can understand that for sure, but I do just wish we had more, because again, 4 seasons doesn't feel like enough.
Need to head toward the gunfire.
It's almost like 7 Commandments mixed with Middle Race. Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't say Middle Race, maybe even like, yeah, I guess Middle Race is probably the best like meme match comparison. But yeah, it's essentially like 7 Commandments mixed with just like a random board game. I'm not that excited for BBUK. I'll be honest, I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to watch it, because I don't know if I'll have time to watch like an episode every day of it, but we'll see. Time Hotel is good because it's basically the Genius with a currency system that if it runs out, you get eliminated. Also, oh, is Jinho on it? I didn't even know Jinho was on it. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I really want to watch it. It's just the episodes are so long, and it's subtitled. By the way, I did watch Devil's Plan with the dub, which was bad, but I just felt like it was just the easiest way to watch it, because again, it's very difficult to like multitask while watching a subbed show. So like to be able to watch it and still work on like prepping videos and stuff, I decided to just watch it with the dub, which again, the dub is not good, but it's whatever. How bad is Genius Netherlands? It's pretty bad. It's not like the worst season of reality television I've ever watched, but it is not the Genius. In terms of the quality wise, it's not the quality of the Korean Genius. It is mostly the same games for whatever that's worth, but the way they play out is not as interesting. The cast is not as interesting. The overall editing style is not as interesting. It's just not the same. Yeah, I think like 8 seasons. I think it's probably what I would. I'd like probably do like 2 cycles of, or actually, yeah, maybe, yeah, like 8 seasons. Like do 7 newbie, 1 all-star at the end, something to that nature. And yeah, obviously, like Genius is always intersplice like returnees along the way, and you can still continue to do that. But I think, yeah, like 7 to 8 seasons. Yeah, that probably is about right. Actually, what is the perfect amount of seasons before an all-star season? I think that is a question. Because obviously, 4 is too early, right? Like, no matter what, like, yeah, I think Grand Final turned out great, but like, obviously 4 is too early for like a all-star season. Like, I think Big Brother turned out pretty, like, I think 6 is probably my answer, right? Like, 8 is what Survivor did. I think Survivor did it a bit too late, to be honest. If you wanted to, like, get the, like a cast that, like, actually represented each of the seasons pretty well, I think 6 is probably what my number would be. Because I think 5 was a bit too early. Like, I would have said 5 beforehand, but I think 5 ended up being a bit too early for Australian Survivor. Mind you, Australian Survivor obviously has bigger cast, and that plays a factor, but yeah, I think 5 might be a little bit early, but I think 6 probably worked out better. Where like, I think if BB Can had waited until BB Can 6 to do like a returning season, like if 5 had been a full-blown newbie season and 6 had been an all-star season, I think that would have been like the time. Like now we're at the point where it's like, when the fuck is it ever happening? EK3 is getting out worse than Circle Back, potentially. We'll see. I don't think it'll be worse, because Circle Back's fucking 67 episodes. I think it's tough to be that bad, but we'll see. I love it, like, I only finished Survivor Quebec, what, like, a couple weeks ago? It feels like I watched it, like, a year ago at this point. Wait, oh, wrong button. If the Genius didn't do a grand final at 4, Kyung-hoon would definitely not be on it. Yeah, I think 100%. Yeah. Which I think would have been a shame, because obviously Kyung-hoon was great. To be fair, Kyung-hoon might have just been brought back, though, for 4. Oh, is that what you mean? Oh, I fucking misread your entire thing. You're saying he would have been back if it wasn't grand final? Okay. I completely misread. I thought what you were saying was that if 4 wasn't grand final and they did grand final later, then Kyung-hoon wouldn't have been brought back. I completely misread everything, so I'm a fucking idiot. Yes, I agree. I agree with what you are saying. That, yeah, Kyung-hoon would have been back anyway, even if 4 wasn't grand final. Because, yeah, it would have made sense. It would have been like the Huijong of it all. Of bringing back a, like, relatively early boot that had some potential. And obviously the Huijong of it all didn't work out well, but still, yeah. I think Kyung-hoon definitely would have been a good pick for 4. I mean, like, I think it's still weird that he was on 4, though. Which probably adds even more.
I'll be back.
I know. Okay, people.
What? Oh wait. I think I'm like mixing up all the words. Again, that's why I get fucking streaming so late.
No.
I think my first interpretation was right, but I misread it anyway. And my second interpretation was like what I was thinking of. But either way. Yeah, I think Kyung-hoon, yeah, if they didn't do a full-blown returning season at 4, when they eventually did one later, yeah, he would not be brought back at that point. I think like that was his best chance to be brought back for 4 immediately after that season. But also, I think there's a serious chance that he does get brought back for 4 if it isn't grand final. Where I think they could have done like a Huijong thing. That's what I'm saying at this point. Speaking of All-Stars, do you think All-Stars for the new era would have players before 41? Yes. We mentioned that earlier. But again, Jeff very much implies that 50 is going to be All-Stars, and I do expect, yeah, that will be people from before 41. I don't think many, but I think there will be some. King of Insomnia, yeah. I've been overworking myself these last few days, but I've been really wanting to get the prep process for these videos done, which I'm pretty much done. Like I have like one more video to prep, pretty much. And at that point, yeah, I'm pretty much caught up on what I can do, and then at that point, I'll start working on the BB25 script. And I'll take it a bit slower next week. And again, next week I have off from work. Like tomorrow's my last day of work for a week. So. Like, I'm kind of, like, rushing everything now, so that when I actually do have time off from work, I can actually just relax a bit. Where, like, at least, like, I'm at least getting, like, the stuff done now. But, yeah, I've been, like, working till, like, 3 a.m. on prepping all these different videos. And also still, for some reason, playing fucking Resident Evil 4 at, like, 3 a.m. in the morning. Top 5 genius characters. Sangmin is one. Is Dongmin 2? Dongmin's great. Let's see. Is Jinho on there? I think Jinho's probably still on there. As a character, Ayoung has to be on there, right? Ayoung's a great character. Kyung-hoon's a great character. Would that be the 5, or am I missing someone obvious character-wise? Hongchul. I think Hongchul, yeah. I think Hongchul's probably number 2 for me. Who else? Junghoon's great. I don't know if he would crack the top 5, though. Same with Yohwan. I think Yohwan is great, too. But again, I don't know if he cracks top 5. Who else? This is like popping as like a top 5 first. Obviously, there's a lot of great characters, but like, yeah, it's like a top 5 first. I think those are probably like the ones that would actually be in consideration. I don't know if Gura's a top 5 character. He's great. TV, not person. But yeah, I don't know if he's the top 5 character of the Genius. Top 10, possibly. 5, though, seems a bit much.
Did you feel that? We have to stop the reactor.
Like, maybe Sungyu would be in consideration. But even then, like, I don't think he makes the top 5. Oh, Doohy has a great arc. I don't know if he's that entertaining by himself, though. Which I think he's, like, entertaining because of the things that happen to him, more so than, like, he himself being an interesting character. And really, I think he's actually, like, a frustrating character. Or, like, I actually, like, am annoyed by Doohy a lot. And I talk about it in the retrospective, which will come out in fucking December or whatever. But, yeah, I actually don't particularly like Doohy, like, as, like, a person. But, yeah, he does have a great arc, at least. But yeah, I think like Doohy just seems like a massive like hypocrite in terms of like how he plays the game and like when he gets upset at people for betraying him and everything. Which again, it's his right to be upset, but still, like he is being very hypocritical in a lot of the things that he does. Yeah, that is the thing. Doohy like became popular from like hacking into his school's like database or whatever, right? Which is like, yeah, you would think that they wouldn't want that type of person on their show, but I guess that is showing some level of genius. Oh, okay, just wrong button there.
Help me stop this. Make it easy for you, Miles. Don't say his name.
And he's also like, again, like I don't personally find Doohy like that entertaining either. It's like I don't know what they really saw in him. And again, like he makes good TV by the end of it, but I do find it a bit of a strange casting choice. I guess they just like really want a hacker, right? I guess that's probably what they were thinking. That, like, wouldn't it be cool if we got a computer hacker guy on our show? But it does feel weird. Top 5 genius women, gameplay wise or character wise? Character wise, number one's Ah Young by a lot, right? Gameplay wise, I think it's what Yu Young, Kyungran.
Every chance to leave.
Who's after that? I mean, obviously Genius is not the greatest in terms of gender distribution. How many women even are there? There's not even that many women. Just as probably Yoonji's 3, right? Anyway, there's like there's less than like 10 women, aren't there? Maybe a little bit more than that.
Spider-Man.
There's 3 seasons with newbies. Season 1 was like, what was it? There's 5 women, was it, on season 1? Was it like 5, 5, 4 or something like that? Was that like the gender breakdown per season? Wait, there's not like many women, but yeah, like I think Kyungran, Yu Young, Yoonji. I think those are probably the top 3 women gameplay wise. After that, again, it's like looking a bit rough. I think at that point you would probably just put Ah Young on there, like Ah Young and Yoon. Wait, what's her last? Is it Yoon? Why can't I remember like the second thing of her name? Anyway, final 4 of Black Garnet. Yeah, just like simply due to longevity. Yeonju, right? Anyway, like simply just due to longevity, I think she would be on there. But again, like it's simply just because the women on the Genius have not had the best representation, and not many of them make it far. Character-wise, yeah, I think Ah Young's clearly number 1. I think Yoonji would still be a pretty great character. Probably Yoon-sun would probably be a pretty great character as well. Kyungran's kind of like, I don't know. I'm not really sure why I think of Kyungran as a character. It's like she has her moments, but she's also like for the most part just kind of not interesting. Eating Boo Oreos. That's something. I've never had Boo Oreos. I assume it's like, what is there flavoring to it, or is it just colored orange? Yeah, she is not the. Yeah, I kept the Genius confessional count somewhere. Where I remember, like, one of my times watching it, like, way back, I kept the confessional count, which isn't, like, an accurate confessional count. Because, like, I didn't, like, bother actually timing out like, gaps in between confessionals and everything, but I definitely have one somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. There it is. I think this is it. Just colored orange. Well, that's kind of lame. There we go. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, season 3. Yeah, Yeonju ends with 26 confessionals. Lowest average of the season. And to give context, she has 26 confessionals, making it to episode 10. Jury, the first boot, has 12. So Jury, the first boot, has almost half of what someone that made episode 10 has. Also, she has less confessionals than Kyung-hoon, has less confessionals than Young-suk, has 2 more than Hui-jong, and yeah, Lily has less than most other people. So yeah, she's pretty purple on the season. Yeah, unsurprising, Dongmin has the most, which you would expect. Though he doesn't actually, like, dominate the screen. Actually, Black Garnet's, like, a really weird season where, like, the confessionals... Like, so the way the Genius works is that, like, confessionals aren't really utilized that much. But Black Garnet was, like, a season where, like, confessionals were really, like, not that prominent outside of eliminations. So because that, like, people that went to eliminations a lot, like, had higher confessional counts. And, like, the top confessional getter coming out of, like, whatever episode would typically be the person that went into elimination. But Dongmin ends up with 96, which is the most of the season. Kyungmin has 86. But yeah, like, literally, like, most people when they get booted, they have the most confessionals of the season. Like, Kyung-hoon had the most when he was booted. Young-suk had the most when he was booted. Jung-hoon, of all people, has the most when he was booted. Jung-bum had the most when he was booted, and Ah-young had the most when she was booted. So, yeah, again, just very much favors people that went to eliminations a lot.
I'm sorry.
Which, like, season 1 didn't do that. Like, season 1 was a lot more balanced, to where, like, confessionals were used, like, a bit more. I mean, less confessionals were... Black Garnet is also the thing is, like, a lot more confessionals were used. They were just, like, used at specific points. Where, like, season 1 was, like, a lot more balanced, where, like, less confessionals were used as a whole, but they were, like, distributed more evenly. And season 2 is kind of a slow transition to what season 3 ends up being, and then season 3 and 4 are both, like, super confessional heavy, but, like, at specific points of season. Yeah, Dongmin... So yeah, like, Dongmin has 96 in Black Garnet. Has 124 in Grand Final. Kyung-hoon has the most of Grand Final, 127. But yeah, like, Sujin... Yeah, Sujin's very low. Sujin has 17. Yeonju sounds like an icon that got screwed over by misogynistic editors. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to be moving. Surprisingly, Sangmin doesn't get that many in like, Rule Breakers. Where I think the assumption is that, oh, Sangmin obviously dominates screen time. And he does, but, like, not confessional-wise. He's like, he has the most by the end of the season, but, like, barely. And, like, for like, G1 actually has more confessionals than him for, like, most of the season. Like, it's not until, like, the last 2 episodes where Sangmin, like, really springs forward. Where he ends up with 88. Yo1 has 78. I forgot Dahi had the most after episode 3. That's funny. Yeah, season 1 was, like, a lot, like, very heavily weighted to people that made it to the end. Where, like, Sung Yu had the most for most of the season. Sungmin did get a lot in Grand Final, though. Anyway, we didn't have live feeds, I'm sure the world would say something about Queen Franzel. I feel like people still say that about Queen Franzel, even with the feeds. Who's worse, Alec or Dan for David vs. Goliath? I would say Dan. Player-wise, Dan. Character-wise, probably, I think it's like around the same. But I would say Alec's a better player than Dan. Love the Dice Game episode. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's part of it too. Is that Ozzy Sangman is like saved for a lot of the big reveals. So through that, he's not getting many confessionals like mid-episode. By the way, it's insane that this is the shot that they use at the beginning of the trailer for the game. Is literally the ending scene of the game. Their tractors paid by Frank and Paul to change the narrative. Because I'm sure Frank cares so much at this point. But yeah, and that's one of my favorite episodes in the show's history is God's Judgment. I think my favorite episode in the show's history is Monopoly Game, the episode with the token of immortality and everything. But like God's Judgment is like pretty high up there too. Like I think that like that stretch of the season is pretty great. Or yeah, like people don't like season 2, and I get it, but I personally do love it.
Just let go.
And again, I think I agree, like in the sense that it is like the worst season. Like I think in terms of like how it's like produced and how like the games are structured and everything. Like I definitely think it is technically the worst season, but I like it anyway. Who would have gone home if Nyanka and Purple Kelly didn't quit? Probably Benry? Would have been very likely. I think it would have been the same vote as what happened at the final 7. Just it would happen earlier, where it would have been between Benry and Fabio. Probably go for Benry there, probably Fabio next. Yeah, not really sure how the endgame plays out. But yeah, I don't think Fabio wins, which is why it's something that I like, to be honest, never really like thought about Fabio, which is like why I dock him a bit more now than what I used to. Where like, yeah, Fabio gets like super benefited from like having 2 eliminations skipped over, because if they didn't quit, then that would mean he had to win another 2 immunity challenges, which was probably not happening. Watch Your Dubstep is one of the best comps in BB history. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. Favorite part of God's Judgment is the dealer shutting him down when he tries to throw. Oh yeah, that is a funny moment. Yeah, there's a lot of great moments like that in the Genius though. Right to Genius Twist, Token of Immortality, Black Garnet, the Elimination Poker in Season 4. What was the Elimination Poker in or Elimination Picker? Oh, I'm an idiot, dude. I like that, to be honest. I really like it. Like, it's not like I don't think I think Black Garnet's my least favorite twist of the 3. But I like that aspect of it, of that, like, okay, these are all like old eliminations, and then you can like pick which ones you don't want to play in, and then it'll be random between like the last few that are left. But I kind of like that. Like, I kind of would have liked that. That was just how the entire like show worked from even before that.
Those are clearly deep fakes. They're deep fakes. You understand me? Do you have any idea who I am? I will own you. Yeah, we know who you are.
That's Troy Baker, right?
Do you hear me?
That's right, friends. Simon Krieger is in prison.
Hello, I'm back, bitches. Bye, I'm gone. Okay. Yeah. See Stars currently game. Really? It's that good? Interesting. I probably should play it, but I just don't have time. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna have time to play that many games for 2023. Just because there's so much out there that's like I can't play everything. I'm not gonna have time. Like, looking at how like Resident Evil 4, like I've like in the last week, like I started Resident Evil 4 like what 8 days ago, I think now. I've played 5 hours of it in 8 days, and that's with me like kind of like taking the effort to play it still. So I don't know. I just don't have time to play games like I used to. But yeah, like during my vacation, like my last few days, like Mirage comes out, to where I'm like, I'll probably just end up playing Mirage. Like I'll try to like play as much as I can those last few days. It's probably what I'm gonna do. But yeah, like just in general, I don't have that much time anymore. At least I don't usually take the time out of the way to play all those games anymore. Was Open Pass supposed to be gamed the way it did? I don't know actually.
So cool.
The way they obviously edit it is as if it was intentional. I could see a world where it wasn't, because like that seems like a very niche thing to notice. The back of the cards and like the way they're like rotated or whatever. Because like I feel like there's no way I would have noticed that. Like obviously like the different color cards and everything, like that was intentional. Like I feel like that had to be like somewhat intentional, but like yeah, it's like such a niche thing that I just don't like. I feel like it'd be very difficult to actually like find that.
Can't get away with it.
We'll add it to the Spider-Man oath.
Was that player ranking for David vs. Goliath? I think Carl's too high.
Go time?
Go time.
I'd probably debate John higher. I'd probably debate Alec higher. Actually, Kara is way too high, also. Debatably so is Angelina. Oh, there we go. Finish with this fucking game. None of the games this year are capturing you like immortality. Yeah, I mean, there's no game like Immortality this year. That's where I should probably skip this because I'll probably get a copyright claim. Don't think it'll be yours. Oh, 100%. Like I know it. Like I suspect it won't be a game for me, but I would like to at least try it because I've heard like so many great things about it. So I at least want to like try it out. Still need to play RE4 Remake. RE4 Remake's good. It's not like I think it's probably actually no, it's not. Like I think I like RE2 Remake more. I like it more than RE3, even though I think my issue with RE4 is that like it does feel again a bit weird as a Resident Evil game still to me. Where like I think just like it doesn't feel very like survival horror-y. It is like a lot more action focused. Which yeah, I think like if I were to do a Resident Evil ranking at this point, like I think I would have RE2 higher, I would have RE7 higher at least. But it's still a good game. It's a well-made game. Each winner, Genius winners defining moments. As like most iconic moments, like Jinho would obviously be Open Pass. Sangman would probably be the Token of Immortality, if not God's Judgment. Dongman's... What would Dongman's be? It'd probably be Monorail?
Goodbye, Finn.
Is that is that Dongman's for Season 3? I'm trying to think, like, there's got to be something better than that, right? But probably not. Then Season 4, I think he has, like, a good chunk of, like, Garnet Heist. I mean, Garnet Heist was on, like, Sangman's winning season, though.
Hey, Ma. You busy?
Not too busy. What's going on?
Anyway, I think Open Pass is more iconic of a Genius moment than Garnet Heist. Where Garnet Heist is great, I love it, but like it also is never referred to again, I don't believe. After it happens. Owning Starfield would be a random game of the year for me, but it's just so boring, half-baked. Yeah, I can see that.
Take your Uncle Aaron.
Like I never really had like major high hopes for Starfield. Just because like in general, like I've never been a big Bethesda guy, but
Yeah. You don't need to make a judgment on things.
But yeah, it does seem like Starfield's kind of like overall seeming like a disappointment for most people, even though like there are definitely people that do like it. I haven't been loving Ishin yet. It's been slow and plays like a 2014 game. I mean, yeah, I expect I'm not gonna like Ishin that much personally, but I still am gonna play it eventually. Or if AC Mirage ends up being Game of the Year, what if? I think I would like seriously have an identity crisis if fucking AC Mirage ends up actually being good. But we'll see. I don't think it will be, but we'll see. Car's too high though. So she's a go.
Nope. Speaking of which, I'm not.
Yeah. I would have Angelina above Kara at least. And like Kara, like I don't think Kara played that good of a game.
Like what? Can I help?
Or like I would have Allison above Kara as well.
But I'd like something steady.
Have you thought about teaching? You're pretty good at it.
Honestly,
Yeah, like, I don't.
no.
Like I think Kara's like
No.
probably one of the lesser players that made the merge, to be honest.
Call you soon.
Or the minding him like noticing the weights and everything. That's fun. But that was like not intentional, right? Like that was like the producers didn't intend on that, right? That was just like just so happened. Or maybe I'm thinking of Horror. I think Horror Race was the one that like he found something that wasn't intentional. Is Allison better than Angelina Cara? I think she's definitely better than Cara. I would probably say she's better than Angelina as well. Oh yeah, that's a great moment too. Yeah, him beating Youngman. I really love the end game of Grand Final as this like what do you call it? Like it's like Dongmin like solidifying himself as the best player of all time, pretty much. With him just like demolishing Youngmin in 12 Jongi, like the game that he lost to him in season 3, and just like decimates Kyung-hoon in the final. Because it's funny, it's like coming out of season 3, it's like, would people have thought of Dongmin as the best player? Like I remember I listened to a lot of Dom and Colin podcasting about the Genius back then. And I remember like they were like, oh, Hyungmin's a better player than Dongmin and everything at the time. So is that like the general perception, I wonder, that like people just assume that like Hyungmin was the best player at that point? Like before Dongmin had won the second time? It's pretty interesting like listening to the Dom and Colin podcast. Like because like they did it like, or like they did like a lot of podcasts before Grand Final aired. So you can kind of hear like their opinions before Grand Final. Where they seem to be like super high on Hyungmin from season 3. When Dan is a guy with idols and she would see him as close to line. I mean, I don't think Kara should have gotten Dan out of the game. I don't think there's like, I think he's just someone that is protecting her in the game. It's like, yeah, people are like potentially like talking about like you being a pair, but I still feel like for her, like she should have like still wanted Dan around the game. Which, to be fair, she did. It's just that like she obviously was kind of forced to get him out by the time it happened. Though I think Nick turning on Christian at 7 is a mistake. Yes. I don't know if mistake. I don't think it's a major mistake. I think it's like, okay, I think he probably made the move like a round too early. And like at the end of the day, he had a correct read on Mike White that Mike White would take him to the end, and there's at least that. But yeah, I think it definitely was not his optimal move to get rid of Christian at 7. I think he should have got rid of him probably at 6. And have Davey. Like, I think really, if he could have gotten his way, I think his boot should have been like Allison at 7. Like I don't remember who had immunity or whatnot, but like I think Allison's like the ideal target for that round for him. If not even Kara, because at that point it's like, again, like he's not planning on going to the end for her anyway. So that way you keep Davy and Christian as shields for you at 6. And you still have your optimal final 3 of Mike and Angelina. And also taking out Kara also is pretty good too, because like it also gets rid of someone that Mike could be incentivized to take to the end over you. So actually maybe the move would have been Kara as kind of a like get rid of the goat sort of situation. Might pissed off Mike enough. Yeah, that's obviously the issue. But wasn't that around where Davey had an idol? So I think if you really wanted to, you could have organized the votes together and utilized the idol in a way to like force Allison out of the game. Let's see. Davis Goliath voting chart. But yeah, I think there was definitely a way that he could have gotten away with it. It was a 3-2-2. So if you just vote for Allison, she would have gone. Yeah, but it's like, yeah. I was thinking of like a way that he could do it without getting like as much blood on his hands. Yeah, so it was a 3-2-2. Yeah, Davey and Christian were already voting for Allison. So yeah, he could have just voted for Allison and she would have gone. That is kind of an insane vote. That he's actually like, he's essentially just working with the Goliaths for that vote. Yeah, that is pretty insane to look at, actually. I forgot that Davey voted for Christian at the final 7 or final 8. But yeah, I mean, definitely not optimal player. I'll be honest, I really thought Allison won more challenges. She only won 1 immunity that season. For some reason, I remember like Allison winning like multiple immunity challenges, but she didn't. Huh. I forgot that Davey won an immunity challenge. Anyway, what time are we at, by the way? I'll be honest, I'm so tired. I think we might like call it a night like a little bit earlier just because we finished the game and I'm tired. We'll still go like, at least till 3. But yeah, we'll probably end a little bit earlier tonight. Obviously we'll be back with the daytime stream, which will be ridiculously long on Saturday. So again, if you're able to be there for Saturday afternoon into probably nights, we'll be here. Jeremy Crawford is the worst, at least. Probably, yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah, he definitely is. Because, like, obviously you have Pat who gets medevac. Jessica wasn't that bad. Kind of gets screwed by the Pat medevac. I think B is also a pretty bad player, potentially. But, like, she at least survived the tribal. And also gets kind of screwed over by Pat medevac, so... Yeah, I think Jeremy definitely is the worst of the bunch.
Hey, you know there's a
what time typically end? That's the question. I mean, like the longest stream I've ever done up to this point is under 9 hours. So like that means that if I were like, I believe last time that means it ended around 10 o'clock. The thing is, if I'm gonna do everything I plan on doing, it'll probably be longer. Because my ideal is I play through the entirety of Assassin's Creed Origins and also its DLC. I don't know if I can do it, to be honest. I think that's a bit too much. But yeah, obviously, like the first step will be just finishing the main game. That I think I can do, like relatively quickly. I mean, like I would say probably like 7 to 8 hours. Then I think I'll do the hidden one. Like, if we do finish it around that time, I think finishing the hidden ones will be fine. That's only like an hour and a half to 2 hours. I think Curse of the Pharaohs is where I'm like, I don't know if I can do Curse of the Pharaohs. Like, that, I think I'll genuinely lose my mind by that point. Because that's probably going to take like 3 hours or so. So if I were to do all of it, I think it would take me around like, I don't know, like 11, 12 hours. And it's like, I don't know if I could do that. I think I'll be fucking like losing my mind. Yeah, the plan is 1 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday. Also, what's annoying too is that AC Origins is like prone to crashing at points, so there's definitely a chance that like the VOD gets broken up at a point with the game crashing on me, but whatever, it is what it is. Would the vote be between Carl and Gabby if they went back to tribal? When at? You're talking about, so they went to tribal before the split or before the swap? I mean, probably. I don't know. Who's the other? Was it Gabby that they're gonna vote for? I don't even remember. Like, I remember that, yeah, like Nick and Christian were like talking to the other side about who to vote for and everything, but like, I remember it was Gabby. I was thinking it was like Lyrsa. But I could be wrong. Can be inactive for an hour during your commute to work. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, when should we do the Big Brother draft, by the way? Like, if I'm the BB Can draft. I probably won't start like right away, but like I was thinking maybe like an hour in or so we'll probably start it. I don't even know how long they'll take. It's gonna take a while, right? It's like we've done like what 60-person drafts that take like a couple hours, and like this is like 160 people or something. So like it's probably gonna take a while. Yeah, like I was thinking like 4 hours probably. Like I think it will go quicker because I'm not expecting as many people to do it. So through that, again, it should be quicker because there's obviously less people. Will be going by a bit quicker, but still, it's like I think it'll still take a while.
The kid screwed things up so bad, even the original model would have blushed better than his.
That just starts at 3 of the RNG. Your first 3 picks. Imagine.
But today, I must also that the city is
actually, I guess like to be fair, we don't really even need to technically start it right away. Because like, I'm probably gonna be live for like I think I'll be live for at least 10 hours. I think. Maybe I should say at least 10 hours. I would say at least 8 to 9 hours. Like, I think there's definitely a chance I lose my sanity by the end, but like, I would say very little chance I don't make it to the 8 to 9 hour mark. Because I've at least done that before, and I've done that multiple times. So it's like, so yeah, it's like we could technically still start it like 3 or 4 hours into stream and still like finish it before the end.
Open up the lines. I want to hear from those who agree with me.
Just realized the memory prize match from Devil's Plan is basically trying to finish. Yeah, the second one, yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's pretty much just trying to memorize these things and then answering questions about it right afterwards. That was a pretty insane challenge, though. I would like do so terrible at that. Like, that's the sort of thing that I've always been like really, really bad at. Is like that sort of memorization. In fact, that like one person got it all in a row is pretty insane. Is how Benny's least iconic member won the game? I mean, I guess so. It is still funny to me. By the way, I did go back and listen to like along the like many different rabbit holes I went through while doing research for videos and stuff across this week. I did re-listen to Mike White's RGP interview, which is still so funny. Where Mike White's like just really drunk and upset at Rob for how he talked about him on Dave vs. Goliath. When I get Kira, Ty, and Min Lee for first cervix. Well, I thought you would like Min Lee. Like, I always just assume that Min Lee's a type of person you would be fine with. Who's Taria if Jared comes back in the game? Probably still Corey. for a lot of people. As of right now. As of like yesterday, to be fair, I had not paid attention at all to today's feeds. But I don't think anything changed. You're not a Min Lee stan? That's something. I just assumed you were. You rather fucking Kira. I mean, that's a step too far. Yeah, we're gonna go with the thing of like everyone agreed to not pick Kira, save Kira for last. Which it wouldn't even be a hard thing to do. I guess that's probably why, like, what's the point? Because like Kira's probably gonna be towards the end anyway. Magic want to throw the HOH to blue. That's a shame. I actually, like, the thing is, like, I don't get, like, so, like, targeting Corey, you know, I might as well just stop playing the game, because it's, like, whatever. But yeah, like, for Matt and Jag, I mean, targeting Corey's not good, right? Like, that's not actually their optimal play. Especially for Jag. Like, Jag in particular, like, I think it's really dumb that he's targeting Corey in America, where they're like a lot more likely to work with him down the road than really most of the rest of the house. And even Matt, it's like Corey wants to take you to Final 7. Like, why are you getting rid of Corey right now? Like, this is I think way too early. Like, I think really he should be getting rid of Cameron. I think Cameron is a much bigger threat to him in terms of competitions. Even like Mimi, I think is probably a bigger threat to him than Corey at this point. So it's like kind of this weird thing where, like, I think Matt is in the best spot to win the game right now by a lot, but I don't even think he's making like the optimal move for himself this week. And to be honest, I think this is like a week that like most people aren't playing well this week. It's like people are like getting in good positions, but I feel like even the people that are getting in good positions aren't doing so like actively. And the people that are like, and like everyone else is obviously just like playing outright bad. Where like again, like Corey America playing terribly. Jag, I think targeting Corey America bad. Matt targeting Corey America, I think bad, not as bad, but still bad. Even though he's in the like the best position in the house. Blue, again, I think it is doing well for targeting Corey America, but I don't think it's doing it for the right reasons. Felicia is like the #1 target for Cameron for some fucking reason. And like there's just this general assumption that she's not gonna that she's gonna be a bitter juror and everything, and that's like a bad perception for her. Like I think in general, I think Felicia is near drawing dead jury wise as well. Or I think it's tough to see Felicia winning the game. But yeah, like Mimi. Actually, is Mimi actively playing that poorly? I guess it's more so just like again, like her passive play again, more so than anything. Suri is finding herself back in a pretty good spot, but again, I feel like it's like not due to much Suri's actually doing that well. I think she's just like not messing it up. More so than like her actively like doing stuff well. But she is in like a pretty decent spot right now. I just think it's a non-winning spot where again I don't think anyone's taking her to the end. But she is like pretty in it for the long haul. Corey's example is someone who's way better playing at the bottom than the top. Yeah, 100% agree. Where yeah, I just don't think he knows what to do from the top. Where like it's funny that like his entire move to take out Izzy is like to take him from the bottom to the top, but then once he gets to the top, he just like does nothing with it, which kind of makes you question like what was the point of even getting rid of Izzy then? Like it would have been just better off if you were on the bottom of the majority alliance, and then you could just comp out at the end against like some lesser comp threats. Than where he's at now, where he's keeping around all these big threats. And also, he's, like, making a big target of himself. Corey's telling that he's gonna win. Yeah, that's also really dumb. Like, him, like, just telling them that, oh, yeah, I'm gonna do really well at the mental comps at the end. Which, like, there's not that many mental comps at the end. Again, Big Brother, like, has, like, continuously made competitions more and more physical over time. Like, I think ever since, what, like, probably 17, 18-ish. Like competitions have become more and more physical. And like the trivia, and like I think starting with 20, the trivia became like a lot more like mundane. To where it became like just super easy questions. So it became like a lot more focused on the other aspects of the challenge, which are typically physical. So it's like, yeah, like Corey just has a complete misread on like the types of challenges that come up. And it's funny because Suri throwing Felicia under the bus was good at first, then it was really bad, then it got really good for her again. Yeah, kinda. You watched Spy Kids 5? Why did you watch Spy Kids 5? I assume it was bad, right? It had to be, right? I mean, the thing is, Corey and America were the top dogs coming into this week. I had them number 1 in... Actually, did I have America 2? I don't think I had America 2. But I had, oh, fuck, I have the wrong spreadsheet open. Where is it? There we go. I did have America 2. I thought coming in this week, they were in a brilliant position. Like, Cameron coming back to the game was so good for them at first. And then, like, just everything crumbles around them this week. Where it's like they lose favor of Cameron. Cameron decides to work with Matt and Jag. Matt and Jag also have Blue in their ears telling them that America and Corey are after them. Yeah, it's just like, it just completely crumbled. Why is there a Spy Kids 5? That is the question. I knew there was a 4, and I knew there was like, the 5 is the Netflix one, right? That's a Netflix movie. So I didn't know that was happening. Blue hates America Corey so much, and it would be so iconic if I didn't hate Blue. Yeah. My issues, again, like, I feel like, again, she's making the right move for her game, but I feel like a lot of it just comes from her hatred of Corey and America. More so than, like, her actively, like, doing this for game reasons. You think you like her less than Jared? No, I hate Jared the most of this cast. And it's not even close. Like, I think Jared's, like, just genuinely annoying to even listen to. Like, I can't even stand listening to him on the feeds. But even after that, like, I don't like Cameron. Like, I think Cameron, like, there is a portrayal of Cameron that can be fun. The problem is that when you look at the reality of the situation, he's just a really creepy motherfucker. And, yeah, I don't like Cameron. Then after that, yeah, then I don't like Blue.
Not while you were swinging, I hope.
I just wish that, like, the Cameron that we see in the TV show was actually the real Cameron. Because I think that would be a fun Cameron. If Cameron is really just this guy just in there, like, trying to create chaos and everything, and, like, isn't this, like, creepy guy that's constantly being upset at seeing Corey and America together and asking America, like, weird questions and, like, awkwardly flirting with her and all that stuff.
Sounds like a nice break. As much as the work
I think Bowie's the new Courtney for Suri? I don't know. Is that the comparison I would give?
And clean out the gutters in my house. Being a homeowner is glamorous, let me tell you.
I mean, I think Bowie's probably a better player than Courtney was. For whatever that's worth. Maybe less than Daniel, maybe less than Terrence. Like, I could definitely see, like, the Daniel Cameron comparisons. In terms of, like, unlikability. I think, like, Daniel enacts a lot more negativity than Cameron, but Cameron still is obviously very bad. And obviously there's, like, the Cameron Frank comparisons as well. Jared's just a straight up asshole. Why is he so condescending? Yeah, I mean, that's why I think of Jared. Like, he just, like, thinks he knows everything, too. Like, just out of the blue, there's a 3-2-1 vote on Big Brother. I have not seen Blue's Sisters. Talking about Jared. Seems like a really random thing to happen, though. Dude, I don't know how this happens. Where, like, I just, like I literally remember it was, like, was it 2:53 or something like that? When I said, okay, I think I'm tired. We'll probably end it like somewhat soon. We'll probably like end it around 3. It's fucking 3:11 right now. How did the time pass? How did like almost 20 minutes pass in that time? Like that's insane to me. But whatever. Frank's best game? I mean, I think his best game is like the first 2 weeks of BB-18. That's about it, though. I do end up, what do I end up supporting Frank? Oh, it's not as a player, it's as a character. Never mind. Yeah, I did. I think I picked Frank for my favorite character, BB-14. For whatever that's worth. So, Dragon Ball fan. Next death battle is Frieza versus Megatron. That's random. I mean, I guess like they're villains, but like, are they that similar? But whatever. Was James the biggest go? BB-18. I don't think he's like the biggest go. Because I think if it's James versus Natalie, I think James definitely has a shot. If it's James versus... I think Big Meech is probably the biggest go, right? Is anyone voting for Big Meech at the end? And I don't think Paulie's like a massive go. I think Paulie's like one of these cases where like, if he gets to the end, he's definitely getting votes. It's just, is it enough to win? I think it's like kind of a potential like Russell Hantz style situation, or like a Big Brother Wise, like maybe like a Maggie situation.
Doesn't take that many guys to make a donation.
Yeah, he definitely has like people that are not voting for him. But I still feel like he does have like Corey, Nicole, potentially James, potentially James, Paul and Victor are potential votes for him. Like, it's not like a complete non-winning scenario, but yeah, it's not looking great. Start continuing Dragon Ball through Kai because of it. Because of the death battle, really? Like that's what's motivated you to watch Dragon Ball?
I know you're gonna hear about
I really wonder like what I would think of Dragon Ball if I watched it for the first time now. Because I genuinely don't know. Like One Piece, I think even if I watched it for the first time now, I would, or like read it for the first time now, I think I would still love it. I don't know if I would still love Dragon Ball if my first experience was experiencing it now.
And that meant looking out for other people, even if it cost you something.
Worst between Bridget, Zakia, Michelle. I mean, I do have my player ranking. I think Zakia is the lowest if I were to guess. But I'm not 100%. I mean, the Erica vote I found funny. Malcolm vote I was genuinely like sad about. What's the best way to find this? I guess. Oh, wait, no, I have the list by season. I keep forgetting about that. Let's see, 18. Oh no, I have Bridget below Zakia. Is that really the case? I didn't think that was the case. I mean, I can get it, but I feel like I don't 100% stand by that. Yeah, I do. Huh. Actually, Zakia is pretty... I didn't realize Zakia was this high on this. Zakia is 153 on this. So she's pretty much like almost right in the middle. Which, I don't know, that does feel like probably too high versus Zakia, but...
I'm trying. Thanks, kid, for making me a better man that I could be on my own.
I wonder what my thoughts of Total Drama Island if I watch it now. I mean, that would be a question. I would generally want to know, like, I mean, if a Survivor fan watch, like, someone that didn't watch Total Drama Action, or Total Drama Island, that isn't me, obviously, like, just watch the first season now. What do they think of it? Like, do they have the same outlook that I do, or am I just, like, a massive outlier just in general? Nicole targeting Michelle 7 a bad move for her? No, I think it was a good move. Because Michelle is someone that's directly coming for her. It also breaks up the game in a way that it's 3 pairs, meaning that you're forcing Paul and Victor to target Natalie and James if they win HOH, which, again, Nicole and Corey were going to throw the HOH to them anyway. Like, to be honest, I think her targeting Michelle was one of her best moves. Because I think it does so much to set up her end game. Like, pretty much locks her in for Final Four. He is still the hottest one in Big Brother history. Yeah, she's very attractive. Not really my type, but yeah, she's very attractive. Yeah, I don't even remember, like, what did that hostility even come from? The Michelle and Nicole feud. I generally don't remember anymore. Because, yeah, they were working together early on. Like, I don't remember what it stemmed from. Like, I remember the, like, Michelle-Bridget feud, and that was, like, over Frank. Where, like, Michelle really wanted to work with Frank, and she was upset that Frank was working with, like, Bridget instead. But, like, I don't remember the Michelle and Nicole feud and where that came from. Paulie's 4th in the BB18 player ranking. I think he's there for me, too. I think. God damn, I already closed it again? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is 4th. If not 5th. Like, he is very high. He is... Oh, he's 3rd of the newbies. Because I only have this, like, the list here is only of the newbies. I guess if we're including returning players, he would be 5th then. Because I'm pretty sure both James and Nicole are above him. But again, that's like a player in general. If we're talking about the game he played on that season, then yeah, he probably would be around 4 or so. I don't know. Actually, maybe he would be lower. Because he still is, like, booted, like, relatively early on. Dude, Paulie ran the game. Yeah, I talk about this in my second HOH ranking, which will come out next year. Paulie played a very, very impressive game up until, like, the Devon boot. Like, he was running circles around everybody. Like, had the game on lock. Like, he was essentially playing a Derek-style game up to that point. And then he, like, kind of fucked it up for himself. But, like, his, like, early game is, like, extremely impressive. Like, his second HOH in particular is very strong.
Miles, I'm getting a lot of reports of a
where, like, it's one where, like, he comes into it, like, in a good position. Like, he is working with the majority side of things, but he's not really, like, part of the majority alliance. Like, he's kind of on the outskirts of it. Because, like, he was on the block, and, again, they didn't really include him right away. But, like, he takes that second HOH and, like, puts himself in, like, really, like, the center of the entire house. Paulie's, like, game is very impressive for first, like, 5 weeks or so. Or maybe 6 weeks. I think even the Devon boot was fine. I think it's, like, the Zakiya... I mean, actually, no, the Devon boot was, like, not... he did nominate himself, didn't he? I forgot, like, he did, like, tell Paul to put him on the block. So that is bad. But again, even then he wouldn't have gone home, and, like, the amount of control he had up to that point is pretty good. Shocked that no J. Maya screen time. I kind of saw it. Like, if you were to, like, ask me, like, who's one person that's going to be purple on this season, like, I kind of would have said J. Maya. But, hopefully we get some eventually. I don't think Survivor will purple anyone anymore. I think she'll get her screen time eventually. But obviously, just tonight was not the night.
Thanks for having me, Mr. Jameson.
I would put James above Natalie. Actually, James should 100% be above Natalie. Like, that's not even a conversation for me. Like, you have Natalie way too high. I would even argue Victor above. Because, like, at least Victor had, like, so much win equity by the end game. And even then, like, I Like, I think Victor, like, starts to pick up the game towards the end. I think actually does play pretty well towards the end game.
Isn't brought in from outside by huge faces.
Why now? I don't know why you have Natalie above James. Again, Natalie had very little win equity. Like, I don't think Natalie was that respected by most of the jury. I think James would have beaten Natalie if they got to the end together. James also was better positioned in the game. James had a better strategic mind in the game than Natalie. Natalie was a complete train wreck strategically. Like, Natalie, what is it? After having already betrayed Paul and Victor, wanted to then keep Paul and Victor in the game. And then actively tried to betray Nicole and Corey to the point where they essentially the reason why the final 7 happens the way it does, where Michelle ends up going home, is because Natalie is so wishy-washy and keeps on changing her mind to the point where Nicole realized that, oh, I can't work with Natalie because Natalie keeps on fucking trying to target me and Corey because he keeps on changing her mind and wants to keep Victor now.
That doesn't replace my obligations to my community, nor any.
I don't think Natalie's a good player. Like, she's relatively high in the player ranking simply because she makes it pretty far. But I think Natalie is not a good player. Yeah, that is the thing. Victor was booted twice. However, I think his second time is a massive fluke. Where, again, Victor was able to convince Natalie and Michelle to keep him. He simply just doesn't stay because of James. Like, he essentially is, like, voted out because of the second HOH twist, right? Like, that's a major factor. Actually, that is the reason. Yeah, pretty much is the reason. Because, like, there's a second HOH, so because that Michelle was an HOH and through that couldn't vote. Where if Michelle wasn't a second HOH and was able to vote in that round, it would have been a tie, and through that, Natalie would have kept Victor. And, like, Victor only goes on the block because Paul fucked up his own game so much. To where they were like, okay, well, we got to put Victor against him. And then at the point where it's Victor on the block, like, James obviously wanted to keep Corey around because he had a better relationship with Corey. But, yeah, again, like, I think Victor actually plays that round pretty well. And just gets, like, super unfortunate in how it plays out. And again, once coming back, I think he also plays pretty well. I think his issue is, again, like, trusting Nicole and Corey a bit too much. But also, he was just in a non-winning position at that point. Like, at the time of the final 6. Where it's like, yeah, once he wins HOH, he's forced to go after Natalie and James. Because, again, of the way that the final 7 round played out. Yeah, Paul plays a pretty bad game. Like, I think there's points in the game where I think Victor is playing better than Paul. And, like, I think for a lot of the end game, I think Victor is playing better than Paul. Like, really, up until the flip against Paulie. I think Paul is playing better up to that point. I think after Paulie goes home, I think Victor plays better from that point on. But winner I have the most faith in to survive to the end game based on gameplay alone. No comp wins. Just survive to the end game and not win. Because if we're talking about, like, no win equity, then, like, maybe like a Jordan or someone like that. With win equity, who's a good answer? Victor just goes home by virtue of being Victor. I mean, too fair, even his first time around, like, he gets booted simply because he's the biggest, like, physical threat out of the people in the minority. It's like, I don't think he does, like, that much, like, actively wrong early on, outside just being with, like, Jose and Paul and that group, and then simply being, the most threatening of them after Jose goes home. But I think Nicole Franzel's potentially up there in terms of, like, longevity. Tiffany worse than Bronte. I think that's tough. What do I have on the player ranking? Because, yeah, Tiffany blew up her own game by the end. I do have Bronte above Tiffany on my list. But was better positioned at a point than Tiffany. And Tiffany also had, like, the added baggage of being Vanessa's sister, which people knew about. So, like, that put an even further target on her back. But Bronte, like, essentially goes home, like, as a pawn. A pawn that, like, was also the third nominee. Like, also is, like, more of an anti-Frank vote than an anti-Bronte vote. So, like, it is... It definitely is a wonky vote out for Bronte. Always double take whenever someone mentions Tiffany, and remember Tiffany Russo exists. Yeah. But yeah, okay. I think we've talked enough. Fuck me, dude. I'm so tired. Like, I'm literally, like, barely have my eyes open at this point. So yeah, we'll probably end here. I guess I might as well manual save. But yeah, I mean, we'll be back on Saturday afternoon. That should be fun. Is Corey 2? Probably. It would be Nicole 1, Corey 2. I guess at that point, Pole 3, just because he was so close to winning. And if he does take James, he probably wins. But yeah, in that time, we got a lot, actually. Like, that's kind of an issue, too. There's, like, a lot kind of going on the next few days. Where we got Big Brother, we got Challenge USA. Also, Cosmic Fury comes out on Friday. So I think I'm probably just going to binge it all in a row. It's only 10 episodes, and I'm assuming they're only half-hour episodes, so if that is the case, it should be pretty easy. If they're hour-long episodes, then fuck me, but hopefully not. Yeah, I did mention Jim Ryan being retired earlier, which, thank fucking God. Hopefully we can get someone competent. Like, I know they already announced who's going to replace him, and I don't know who that person is, but again, hopefully he's not bad. That would be cool. I don't particularly like a lot of what Jim Ryan was doing, but whatever. So yeah, back Saturday. Obviously, we'll talk for fucking 10 hours or whatever that day. Which I will play. Was it AC Origins? And then next regular stream, we'll be starting Watch Dogs, because I need to make a video on Watch Dogs. Well, I don't need to. I will be making a video on Watch Dogs, probably. So yeah, that should be fun. Hopefully not dreadful. But either way, we will see. So yeah, until Saturday. Wait, actual emergency what? Survivor Twist news? What? Is this the same one from earlier? Oh, yeah, we talked about that at the beginning of stream. That was, like, going to be a twist for this tribal that they cut out, which makes me wonder, again, like, are they going to do it for the future? We don't know who it was as of right now, I don't think. Yeah, I literally talked about it at the very, very beginning of stream. I think someone posted a link in... I'm sure we'll find out, for sure. Like... by the end of the season, but yeah, as of right now, I don't think we know. Guess it was Brando. I don't know. Yeah, it would have been someone from Blue, right? He's been shown a lot at camp. That could be a shout, yeah. Yeah, because I guess we do get a lot. Well, but then again, also a lot of that content could have been just before, from when like everyone but Jake were there, or Jake and Brando were there. So I guess you never know, but. It says he's the person. Yeah. Again, like it's weird because like it must have like not factored into anything, right? If they were willing just to completely cut it. Just got here. I'm literally about to. I would have ended stream already if Menace didn't post the thing at the last second. I mean, well, they wouldn't have voted anybody, right? Because they didn't get the vote. I don't know. I don't know how that all works. Like, I don't like. Is this gonna be a season-long twist? If it is, then obviously we'll eventually see it. But it feels weird they edited it out entirely in this episode. If it is gonna be a season-long twist, I mean, it makes sense because they don't have much time. But like, are they really just gonna like reveal it next episode and like pretend as if it's like the first time it's happened, even though it's been happening? They vote before they leave. Yeah, that's what I thought. But like, they didn't leave yet, right? Or like, they wouldn't have at the time that Hannah quit. Like, how's that work? Because like, they usually would leave like at the time of voting, right? Or, like right before they vote. Or it's like here they even get to that point. It's like when Hannah announced she's gonna quit, are they like, oh no, you gotta leave? No, we can't have you seeing this.
Hey friends, some news. Feast North, the satellite branch in Harlem.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a spoiler just to say the person's name because it's like, I don't think it'll factor into anything. And even if it gets revealed on future episodes, like, it's whatever. It's
really help the people who will be displaced by this. Today's advice: lining your trash can with paper.
Oh, it's Unspoiled Survivor.
I suggest using one of J. Jonah Jameson's books. Okay, bye.
Alright, what is this? Mostly correct. Someone from the top placing tribe is that she's a losing tribe. They also get a cast vote. Oh, Kendra visited. Interesting. So is Kendra. Yeah, it's kind of random. Yeah, it was a bit of a fucked up post, but whatever. She might have voted Brandon then. Actually, wait, yeah, how's that work? Wait, so she goes to Losing Tribe's camp? Yeah, I thought it was them going to Tribal. So it's not them going to Tribal, it's just going to the camp? And here out there scrambling. Yeah, how's that work? I mean, either way, I mean, we'll probably figure that out at some point. I think Kurtura is the most likely, but it's just like, it's so early on that it's like, whatever. Yeah, I thought it would be, that's what I thought too. I thought it would be like a jerk, like, I thought it would be like the Sandra Rob situation, IOI, where like there'll be like a secret booth where they can watch Tribal, and then like if they were to vote, then yeah, they like vote when they leave. But yeah, they're like speculating at camp, or they're spectating, there we go, at camp. Like, that's a bit stranger. But anyway, we'll end here. I'll be back on Saturday. We'll have a lot of time to talk there. I'm so tired, dude. So yeah, we'll have fucking 10 hours to talk there, and then we'll also probably stream on Sunday too. So see you guys then. For now, yeah. See you guys next time.